and women make up nearly half of our country's population at 49.43%, according to the World Bank. Yet, while women fuel the economy and sustain families, they remain vastly underrepresented where decisions are made. The newly formed Nigerian Women in Leadership Coalition, a partnership between WILAN, WIMBIS, Whisker, and the Nigeria Governors Forum, recently made a historic call, a modern labor reform that supports working parents, 35% women's representation in executive management and boards, and 35% women in federal and state cabinets. This is a vision that demands equity in how we shape the nation's future. Welcome to another episode of the Leading Woman Show Season 4, themed The Nigeria We Want. Brought to you by our partners, the National Endowment for Democracy and Luminate. I'm your host, Abosede Jojogan. On this episode titled, What Nigerian Women Want: Gender, Inclusion and Opportunity, we will explore the subject of inclusion and access to opportunities for Nigerian women. Beyond symbolism and benevolence, Nigerian women want safe, equitable workplaces, healthcare systems that respond to their specific needs, and pathways to leadership that reward merit, not proximity. Studies show that when women lead, societies prosper. The Women in Leadership Coalition's demands represent a national blueprint to modernize labor laws, rebalance corporate governance, and ensure women's voices shape decisions at every level of government. In this episode, we will discuss moving from advocacy to action, looking at how institutions can become enablers of gender equity, not gatekeepers, along with our guests who lead, and champion the fight for inclusion. Please welcome Hawa Haliru Hassan. Hawa is the Chief Executive Officer at the Nigeria Governors Spouses Forum Secretariat, a non-governmental organization dedicated to advocacy efforts aimed at improving the lives of women and children in Nigeria. In addition to her role as CEO, she also serves as the Director of Gender Affairs at the Nigeria Governors Forum Secretariat. She has extensive experience working with civil society institutions and NGOs. We also have Amina Oyagbola, a lawyer, global HR thought leader, business management consultant, and independent director with over 35 years of experience in legal practice, human resources, and corporate management in Nigeria's leading sectors. Amina is the founder and chairperson of Women in Successful Careers Whisker, a leading gender empowerment and mentoring network for professional women. She's also the managing consultant at AKMS Consulting and a partner at Oyagbola Chambers. Finally, we have Adebisi Adeyemi. She's the Managing Director, CEO of DCSL Corporate Services Limited, a lawyer and MBA holder from Lagos Business School. She was the president of the Nigeria British Chamber of Commerce. She is also passionate about corporate governance and authors a weekly business column on governance and leadership. She is the immediate past chairman of WIMBIS. Together, we will dissect what inclusion means beyond policies and how it can transform not just women's lives, but that of the entire nation. I'm sure you cannot wait to dive into this conversation, so let's dive in. Welcome to today's episode of the show where we're talking about what Nigerian women want: gender, inclusion, and opportunities. I'm really delighted to have all of you here. Thank you so much for being on the show.
It's a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you for having us.
All right, so it's sad that we have to be having this conversation about what Nigerian women want. I have to be honest. But Mr. Adeyemi, let me start with you. When you hear the phrase, what Nigerian women want, what comes to your mind?
First of all, I wonder why we're distinguishing between Nigerian women. Women want the same thing all over the world, I think. And that is essentially equality, fair treatment, a level playing field.
No, so I think that's... Sorry, can I just stop you and say that equality is a dirty word in some spaces.
I understand that.
And they make us use equity.
Yes.
So, you know, when you say that, I know somebody just thought that, so I thought to just voice it out.
That's fine. The level field is not, the field is not level. So that's why equity really does come into play.
Exactly. Yeah. Fabulous. Thank you so much. Hawa, let's hear from you.
Well, I believe equity, I use the word equity all the time. I think during the last dispensation, when we were trying to pass the 5 gender bills, we used the word equality. We believe it didn't take us anywhere, so we decided to change the phrase. It may mean the same thing, but equity is what Nigerian women want.
What I think Nigerian women want is equal opportunity. We want an equal opportunity takes into consideration the fact that we are all not equal. The fingers are not equal, but we are equal in the sense that we're all human beings.
That's correct.
Right? So we want equal rights. We want, women's rights, as Hillary Clinton has said, are human rights.
Yeah. That's correct.
So we want equal opportunity. We want human rights. We want fairness, and we want justice.
Or unseen, to show up as a woman in our context, Nigeria.
And I think it's as you grow up the ladder, the leadership ladder, it becomes more obvious. If you had asked me this question a few years ago, I've said, really, it doesn't matter. Everybody is the same as far as I'm concerned. But as I grew up in my career, I realized that there were certain unseen barriers, the perception, the stereotypes. So you're in a meeting in a room full of men, and the minute you look at your wristwatch, you're looking at the time, everybody just goes, and I could be doing that for different reasons. If a man does that, nobody really pays attention, but they're thinking, oh, she has to go home and look after the children and all that. And I've actually been in a room where the chairman actually stopped the meeting and said, Mrs. Adeyemi, are you okay? Do you think we should? And I said, I'm fine. I mean, I've made arrangements at home. Everything is all right. But they always feel that because you're a woman, somehow you're at a disadvantage. Those barriers are there, and they're not just in my mind. They're actually real.
They're real.
Yeah. But the barriers are enormous, both structural, cultural, institutional. In addition, we're not selfish. Yes. The women are also saying 16 weeks paid leave, but in addition, as a coalition, that is WIMBIZ, WISCA, WILAN, we're also asking for, and the Nigerian Governors Spouses Forum, we're also asking for 2 weeks, 14 days paternity leave for our men. Why? Because whether you like it or not, when they rush me to hospital to go and have my baby, my husband has a role to play. Yes. When I'm being discharged, he has a role to play. And for the first couple of weeks, I need support. And he will support me whether you give him that time off or not.
All right. So, Hawa, let's come to you. I want you to think about navigating Nigeria as a northern woman.
The northern woman's story is slightly different, mainly because, again, the cultural barrier, it plays a major role. So it's not just cultural, it's also the religious, barrier that limits you in so many ways. I mean, you don't even want to aspire. When you do, you don't even want to openly aspire to be anything, because then you would be seen as an outcast. You would be seen as maybe a rebel or someone that is trying to bring something strange into the community that would distort, the traditional setup or the religious setup that is already established and is like the way of life of that people. Yeah. So that's what another woman has to navigate through.
What is the challenge? And you've just shared one with us, but is it the skill sets?
In my book, I think women perhaps are even more skilled because they're the ones that, you know, get the extra certification and all of those things. So clearly it's not a skill set thing. I think largely, you know, board membership is still a gentleman's club because when those vacancies exist on the board, they always go to their own traditional networks. You know, they will ask their friends and, you know, and women are typically, it's becoming a lifestyle for women to now then go to those traditional places as well, you know, and then begin to build their own networks, which is what WIMBIT has to a large extent done and other female-led organizations.
If I may chime in on this as well, just to add to what my sister has already said so eloquently, is to also say it's about power and influence. We cannot discount that. The decisions around who is going to be appointed to the board. Yes, you have nominations and governance committees. Whoever is playing the piper dictates the tune. How many women own financial institutions?
That's a good question.
How many women own financial institutions?
It's going to happen, I can assure you. It's where the money flows from.
That,
you know,
that the power and the influence,
you know,
on who then sits on those boards.
Absolutely.
I mean, Howard, let's now bring it to the public sector. Yes.
So the governors are committed to ensuring that they meet that at least the 35%, which is good, which is a starting point.
Absolutely.
I mean, Kwara State should be up to 50%, and he is our champion.
It's 46%, which is not bad.
It's amazing.
So Kwara State
I think
is
we should clap for Kwara State.
And so he's our gender champion. We need, I keep saying this, but I mean, sometimes when I talk about it, people just push it away. We need men as our allies to push this narrative for us as well. We need to work side by side with them. Kwara has seen that during his first dispensation, he had 51% more women representation in his cabinet than men.
They have the youngest female commissioner. They have the youngest elected
parliamentary. She's 27 years old.
Both of them were
He supported her all through. They took her all the way to the Supreme Court. And he stood by her and she won her seat. You know, so
that's awesome.
Very, very.
And I mean, just to emphasize that's why the coalition is calling for this minimum 35%.
And it's not asking for too much.
No, and we've seen that where political will, where there's political will and accountability, we can make this happen. This is a good place to take a break. We'll continue the conversation when we return. Welcome back. We're still discussing what Nigerian women want, gender, inclusion, and opportunity. Mr. Deyemi, I want to ask you a question about women's economic empowerment. You started speaking to it earlier about the fact that women are now building wealth. But what are the practical steps that we can take to go from just potential to actual opportunity?
So I think that we need to start to take things into our own hands. And that's when I spoke about angel investors. It's one way to grow wealth. You know, how do you get a seat on the table? Create the table yourself. I mean, there's a all-female owned bank launched recently by Mrs. Folake Abdurazak. You know, it's an all-female bank. I think the board is all-female as well. And before you know it, people are already asking questions. Okay, so it's okay to have an all-female board. So why not? I mean, I own the bank. I decide who I want to appoint, who sits on the board. So really, actually, I think if we begin to have more of those, then those critical mass would get there.
Women have a lot of power. We represent 50% of the population. Yes. We are the largest segment of the voting population in Nigeria. Yes. We vote for the men that are leading us who are not empowering us. Yes. So when is the penny going to drop for us to begin to reverse that trend? To say, you know, we actually have power. We actually have a voice. We can actually get together. And that's what we're trying to do in this coalition. Yes. To say, let the women organizations pull their forces together and begin to drive their agenda and advocacy for the things that women want.
So for me, I think financial literacy, very, very key. Financial inclusion. We still have a long way to go. We still have a lot of sensitization to, you know, carry out in the North, to let the women know that, you know, once you are able to make something out of your life, the entire livelihood of your family it's positively improved.
This is not a women's issue.
It's
and
not.
women should not be the only ones trying to address it.
It's not. So we definitely need male champions. A few years ago, I had the opportunity to interview a young lady for a role in a chamber of commerce. And at the end of the interview, a couple of weeks after, she called me and said she's pregnant, that she didn't realize it at the time she was interviewing. I said, so what? It's about ensuring that there's a level playing field. That
And
she
there's
can,
support.
And there's support, absolutely.
Yes.
There's support and care,
Yes.
you know, and empathy, putting yourself in the shoes of
Because
the
I
woman.
think she only got that because you understood it. What can we do to close this gap?
A population of 230 million Nigerians, 50% of which are women. Only 10% of that population are female in elected office.
Is it up to 10%?
16.7%.
It's actually less than 5%,
It's less than 5%, yeah.
across elected.
Elected.
Across board.
It's less than 5%.
Less than 5%.
Thank you for the correction.
Yes.
16.7%
Appointed.
appointed.
Yes.
In fact, 4% in the National Assembly.
4.5% based on the report, updated data.
3.7%
Yes.
in the local governments.
Yes.
No female governor.
Yes.
Never a female president.
Yes.
Never a female vice president.
Yes.
And on and on.
Never a female speaker, never a female Senate president. Elected.
It's not
female
okay.
speaker.
It has to change.
It's not okay. And there are now 15 states, I believe, that have no woman in their state assemblies.
At all.
This is what the report is saying.
And then you have states that have only one woman in the cabinet,
In the
which
entire
is the
Commissioner for Women Affairs.
In fact,
And then
wasn't there a state that had
you have states
male
that
as
have
a
men
as Commissioner
for Women Affairs as
Yes,
well.
I think I saw
And
that.
and it's not a good thing.
It's not.
So thank you for calling out the numbers. And that's why we did the report. We wanted a comprehensive place that you can find all of that data, whether it's in private sector and public sector. Hawa, what are we going to do differently? How can we move from advocacy to action?
There's so much hope. I can tell you that because we're putting it in their faces every day to say this is what is happening, this is what the demand is, this is what we want to see, and we're getting that support. Again, like we rightly mentioned earlier on, men allies are also
Very
speaking
important.
for us because it is not a woman's issue. You know, this gender agenda is not a woman's issue. We need them to push side by side with us to ensure that, you know, women are included in running the affairs of the state, because they can definitely see growth when they include women in their cabinet.
If I may just add, just say that we really need to celebrate. We really need to celebrate the champions, you know, for that catalytic effect.
So that's a practical step. Celebrate the champions.
Celebrate the champions, really showcase them, really recognize them for the effort that they've put in, so that it has that contagion effect of
Fabulous.
followership.
Well, we'll take another break, and when we return, we'll take questions from our audience.
Do you really believe that if Nigerian women are being involved in the leadership of this country, that is really going to make a difference in how Nigeria is being governed?
All right, Mrs. Ojona.
Okay, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, so imagine a picture where there's full inclusion. At the end of the day, it's not just the women that are going to benefit from that, it's our shared prosperity, so both men and women.
This year, WIMBI's focused on women in law. And one of the things that came out of that was that, you know, coming into law school, there are typically more women, you know, and I think that's across, not just in law. And that gives something to our leadership, which if is properly harnessed, and women actually get their fair share of leadership, then we're going to see magic happen in Nigeria.
Fabulous. All right, let's take our next question.
Thank you for the opportunity given. As a normal citizen, especially men, how can we support the leadership balance that the coalition is calling for?
I mean, unfortunately for you, Hawa, the entire Nigeria Governors Forum is men. So you're in a good position to answer that question.
A friend of mine once said to me, she got a promotion, but she wasn't excited because she didn't know what to tell her husband when she gets home. So imagine if she knew that he was going to celebrate her.
Excited.
She would be excited. And you would definitely see a better version of her when you celebrate. So we need men to celebrate us. We need men to believe in us. We need men to support us every step of the way. We want to work side by side.
Side by
with the men.
side.
We are not going to take charge. We are not saying we want to lead. We are saying we want to lead side by side with the men. So that is the kind of support we want from our brothers, our fathers.
Okay.
And I think that's an important point, because I see a trend, particularly with young men. They're getting a bit concerned that why all this women advocacy, we're not trying to take over anything from them. We're just asking for equal treatment. I mean, I use that word again, equal opportunities, equity, if you will, if that's a better word for them, so that they don't get worried that we want to take over. Imagine if we had 5 governors, you know, at the very least, to even start with 5 governors. And then imagine the day that we wake up and we have a female president.
Look at that.
So, I mean, I can tell you that that's the most significant barrier. If we can break the political leadership barrier, then we're home and dry.
I believe political barrier again, because, you know, even the system, the political system doesn't even allow women to be part of the politics. And when I say politics, I'm talking about even from the party level. You know, the structure and the system and the culture of politics does not favor women at all. You have meetings late into the night. It doesn't favor any woman. You have to put in a lot of funds to be able to, you know, contest for a seat. It doesn't favor a woman because we are not in the same financial position with the men. And then you have the godfatherism, which unfortunately is also a disadvantage to us. If we're able to break those barriers, I think that political representation would go up to a certain extent, and then we'll see a full representation of women in politics.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we haven't heard of any godmother in just on a light note. But I want to also look at the private sector, because I think the private sector is very, very important in every economy. So the public sector, of course, is hugely important and has the largest influence. But I think the private sector can also play a push effect. And so I think that from the private sector side, I think one of the biggest barriers, and if we can achieve that in the private sector, which is institutionalization of processes and frameworks, like mentorship, you know, frameworks to build the capacity, to ensure the intentionality and deliberateness to build up, you know, that female leadership, then I think that we'll begin to see a change. And even the public sector would then be pulled in by force when they see all private sector organizations operating like that, for them to also follow the change. So I think it's both political leadership and also, you know, institutional leadership to change, you know, overcome the barriers in private sector.
The call from the Nigerian Women in Leadership Coalition reminds us that real progress demands bold reforms like parental policies that value family, boardrooms that reflect balance, and governments that mirror the people they serve. I would like to thank our guests for today's conversation. Thank you so much. It has been very insightful. And of course, to our incredible audience for their energy. And thanks to our viewers also for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on social media, and share your reflections on this episode using the hashtag #TheNigeriaWeWant. I'm Abosede Jojogan, and until the next episode, remember, women's leadership can change everything, everywhere.
illegal bushmeat is not cool, but it's on sale in our cities, risking extinction and our health. And many of our iconic wild animals are threatened. So please be cool and say no to illegal bushmeat. And let's make Nigeria better for wildlife and safer for us all. Keep them wild, keep us safe.
In Nigeria, the beat is more than music. It's the heartbeat of a nation. From the swing of highlights in the 50s and 60s to the hypnotic grooves of juju and Afrobeats, Nigerian music has always echoed the spirits of its people.
If you fight and run away, now me and you go fight again. If you run to blow your horn, now me and you go stand again.
In the decades after independence, artists like Rex Lawrence, Victor Olaiya, and Bobby Benson gave Nigerians a sound of celebration, a rhythm of resilience through uncertain times. Then came a revolutionary song. Fela Aníkúlà Kuti turned music into a weapon. Afrobeat became his protest. With blazing horns, pounding drums, and stirring lyrics, he challenged injustice fearlessly.
I go someplace, I sleep the place, I sing a song, I sing alago, alago. Them vex, complain, them say
Afrobeat was more than a genre, it was a movement. King Sunny Ade and Ebenezer Obey serenaded the soul. Their juju music was joy in motion.
Toba lọ sí party níbi tí wọ́n jẹ gbádùn. Toba ní kí ló mú. Toba ní Coca-Cola. Wọ́n ní kò máa yé jẹ. Jẹ̀díjẹ̀dí ló máa bá.
In every melody, Nigerian music offered what the people needed most. A reason to smile, a reason to dance. P-Square gave us unforgettable anthems. The band took Afrobeats to the UK charts. Tubaba's African Queen became a love letter to the continent, and Asha gave soul a new Nigerian voice.
Light up the earth, you light up my life. And the only one I ever see with a smile so bright. And just yesterday, you came around my way. You changed my whole scenery.
Nigerian music was now ready for the world.
Out on the street, so hurry up, I have to go. Looking round, you see other people making faces.
Today, the world dances to our beats. From Burna Boy's Grammy triumph to Whiskey selling out arenas across continents to Thames and Rema redefining what it means to be young, bold, and African. Afrobeat is not just a sound, it's a feeling, it's a wave, it's Nigeria in motion, in color, in rhythm. Through hardship and triumph, music has been our anchor, our escape, our celebration.
Do you want your school to be known for your achievements or activities? Then look no further. At NTA Knowledge on Star Times Channel 359, we will showcase your school's graduation, excursion, inter-house sports, community service, school's registration of new intakes, and more. For enquiries and advert placement, please dial 0805 906 0657, 0803 553 5720.
Securities and Exchange Commission to sanction companies for poor sustainability disclosures. Nigeria could unlock $400 billion by 2040 by investing in girls, says the World Bank. Oil prices rise about $1 as investors weigh Middle East peace prospects. Plus, Japan's Nikkei 225 topped 62,000 for the first time as Asian markets look past Trump's Iran threats. The program is Business Express, reaching you from Abuja, Nigeria's capital. And on the program today, we will be taking a look at how we can leverage on artificial intelligence to achieve a trusted digital economy in Nigeria. I am Maria Ado-Zakari. You're welcome. To begin, the Securities and Exchange Commission said it would take decisive action against listed companies that operate without verifiable sustainable disclosures. The Director General of SEC, Dr. Emomotomi Agama, who stated this, said the fact that a meaningful number of listed companies still lack coherent sustainability disclosures or provide disclosures that are neither structured nor verifiable is a challenge the SEC must confront. He added that the SEC would be responding to the findings in the report with the seriousness they deserve. It also charges listed companies with credible disclosures if they hope to access long-term capital. The Naira depreciated against the US dollar at the Nigerian foreign exchange market, driven by increased demand for foreign payments, as sharp foreign exchange interventions from the Central Bank of Nigeria slow. The local currency has experienced heightened volatility against the greenback, though Broad Street analysts maintain a positive exchange rate outlook for the remainder of the year. The Apex Bank defended the Naira with $150 million in April, representing an 83% decrease from the liquidity injected into the official window in March. The authority has reportedly taken a back seat to protect the nation's gross external reserves, which have declined by approximately $1 billion to $48.34 billion. The National Bank of Poland has kept its benchmark interest rate unchanged at 3.75%, citing fiscal policy and fuel price regulations as key risk factors for the inflation outlook. The central bank said future policy decisions will depend on incoming data regarding inflation and economic activity. The bank noted that macroeconomic developments abroad, including shifts in global commodity prices and inflation amid the current geopolitical environment, are influencing the economic outlook. The central bank reiterated that it may intervene in the currency market if necessary. Now, how much is the Naira exchanging for other currencies? Let's find out. Nigeria's artificial intelligence AI strategy aims to harness the transformative potential of AI to address socio-economic challenges and drive sustainability development. The National Artificial Intelligence Strategy, NAIS, outlines 5 strategic pillars that form the core of Nigeria's AI aspirations, including developing a robust AI governance framework and promoting Nigeria as stakeholder in the global AI ecosystem. The strategy is aligned with Nigeria's national development goals and focuses on building economic growth, enhancing social development, and promoting technological advancement. Now, to shed more light on issues of how we can build resilience and secure critical infrastructure while leveraging on artificial intelligence for a trusted digital economy, is the President, Cybersecurity Experts Association of Nigeria, Sishan Olabode Agbola. You're welcome to the program.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you very much, and good morning, viewers.
It's good to have you here as we're in the AI era. Let's begin by understanding, why do we need artificial intelligence to build a trusted digital economy?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Digital economy simply means economy driven by systems and applications, and AI on its own is also a software, and which has capacity to outperform human capacity in a split of time. So it brings in more efficiency, improved deliverables, and streamlined processes. So if we adapt AI to our core businesses in our digital economy space, we have a very high tendency that we are going to have an improved outcome and output, which of course will translate to more revenue to boost earnings for Nigerian government. Thank you very much.
We do realize that most of the tech companies today prioritize going to the market rather than building security infrastructure. Should this be the case?
Unfortunately, that is what we've seen happening. Software, in last year alone, there are about 1.6 million applications that were launched, and the strategy of most software developer is go to market, then mitigation. So security were not built at design, and they discovered that their system has vulnerability when they're already in the market. And they are business people, so I understand. But some of them are now prioritizing security by having security by design, but most of them still prefer to go to the market first, then later fix whatever vulnerabilities that might be in the system during the time of development. Yeah.
So now, why do we have cyber breaches, and what can be done to address those?
Yes, it's worrisome, and it's quite alarming that cyber breaches, upon all the efforts of people and government globally, is quite still on the high side. Last year alone, there are 425 million cybersecurity breaches, and if breaches are just breaches, I don't mind, but when breaches come at a cost, it's worrisome. Globally, we lost $10.5 trillion to cyber breaches, and it's so very not palatable for me to sit without doing something to help in my little way. And if you look at why we have these breaches, I can say we have deficiency in the process, we have deficiency in people, deficiency in technology, and there is a disconnect between the budget that we put together to remediate these breaches. For instance, last year we have $212 billion globally to remediate potential breaches, and this year it's likely to increase to $245 billion to remediate breaches. So, and that alone is quite you will see that there is a disconnect with total cost to remediate, which is about $10.5 trillion to $450 billion. So the breaches is now a market for those who are the cyber crook. We have people who are now called hack as a service people, where you pay them and you tell them who they should hack for you, and they hack it for you. They are like hacking contractors. So it's becoming business for the people on the other side. So we also have to come up with a kind of measure that will have a match with whatever antics they want to come, so that they want to come with, so that we can also prevent and have a strategy in place to remediate in no time when we are compromised. Because we don't say if we are compromised, we only say when we are compromised.
That's unbelievable what you said about the contracts of hackers. Let's take a closer look at cost of breaches now and budget put in place to protect businesses. What is the relationship between cost and protection?
Okay, so you see, I mentioned there are 3 dimensions to get protected. You have process dimension, you have people dimension, and you have technology dimension. So what is now like a huge gap is the people. As I speak to you now, we have up to 4.8 million shortage skill globally. That is to say, vacancies that are not yet filled, 4.8 million. So, and if we look at the cost for mitigation, which is $450 billion, then also look at budget for mitigation is $450 billion. But what breaches cost us globally is 10.5 trillion. So if you divide 10.5 trillion by 4.8 million, you will see that $2,187,000 is what will cost to get somebody hired, and nobody in the world earn that annually. So it means that it's cheaper to even hire than to wait until we are compromised and lose $10.5 trillion. So, and the rate at which breaches happen daily, you never say enough about why recruiting and having strategy to get human defense in your employment, you never can overemphasize that.
Now, Nigeria has a Cybersecurity Collating Center, and with the era of AI, how do we use it in the protection of national digital infrastructure?
Thank you for the question. Let me first of all clarify something, and I want to be corrected if I am wrong. Nigeria has what we call National Cybersecurity Coordinating Center under the Office of National Security Advisor, ONSA. Nigeria has also got National Cybercrime Coordinating Center under MPF, Nigerian Police Force. So these are 2 different organizations doing the same thing, but not doing it in synergy. So we have to come up with a kind of holistic, unified structure to come up with a strategy and probably a regulation on an act before we can move forward. Let me give you an example. Last 2 weeks, the Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, inaugurated National Cybersecurity Coordinating Council, which will advise government. And one of the things I would love to say by the time we start to work is that we need to have national cyber security law in Nigeria. We've got cybercrime law, which is not completely loaded with controls that can protect us. We need to have cybersecurity law and that law should also come with a kind of a compliance framework where organizations will be mandated to showcase how they are complying, and there will be a kind of punitive measure like penalty of fines for those who are not complying based on the articles in that proposed law that I'm proposing. So when we have law guiding us and we have organizations, the executive, they know that aside of reputational issue where their name can be mentioned as non-compliant organization, there will be a loss of fund to pay for non-compliant. So there will be a change in our attitude and in our passion to comply, and this is what drives cybersecurity posture in organizations globally. I will give you an example. In Europe, there's what is called DORA, Digital Operational Resilience Act. This act has articles that organizations must comply to, and it also has fines that if you don't comply, you pay fine. In fact, some fine are as high as the CISO losing his job. So when we have that on ground, things will change, and we have seen it happen in Nigeria, where we have National Data Protection Act under National Protection Commission, and the act also have fines and penalties in it. And I know one big company in South Africa was fined to the tune of 800 million naira, and also one bank in Nigeria was fined, and so many organizations. So the approach to complying to people's private data has changed. People don't just collect data anyhow now. They are sure that this data, they will protect it, and they have the right to collect, and they must use for the reason why it was collected, because these are all set in the law. So we need to move forward by having a regulation, and on top of that, having a compliance structure in a way that organizations will have no choice than to comply.
Finally, as the president of Cybersecurity Experts Association of Nigeria, what can the association do for us moving forward?
Yeah, so we are a non-profit organization, and all of us in the organization, we are volunteers. We are collecting no salary. So we have our own way of helping move Nigerian forward. This Saturday, we complete our training session where we are training 500 people, and in October, we train 250. Then we also advise organizations, medium-sized organizations, on how to manage their risk. We also collaborate with government to see how we can propose what we think we metamorphose our position to a posture that we think that we are most secure. So in our own little way, we are doing a lot, and we still have a lot to do. And I'm happy that governments have seen our efforts, so they always invite us to come and contribute to whatever things they want to do, seek our opinion, and we have been doing that, and we are happy to do more.
As a volunteer on security and volunteer on the show, thank you very much, Mr. Olabode Agbola, for your time this morning.
Thank you very much, and happy to be here. Yeah.
Now away from AI, Vice President Kashim Shettima has assured investors that the federal government is committed to providing a secured and friendly environment for investment to thrive in the country. The Vice President gave the assurance in Lafia, Nasarawa State, while declaring open the third edition of Nasarawa Investment Summit. Aliyu Tijani reports.
Vice President Kashim Shettima leads other members of the Federal Executive Council to the third edition of Nasarawa Investment Summit with a message of assurance to investors under the theme, Bold Transitions, Building a Legacy for a Sustainable Future. The summit seeks to sustain the trajectory of investment drive under the present administration in the state.
I believe that the conversations that will happen in this room over the next 2 days will shape the economic trajectory of Nasarawa State for the next decade.
Vice President Kashim Shettima commends the vision of Nasarawa State Governor for turning around the status of the state that was once a civil service state to investment destination in the country.
What Nasarawa State pursues here aligns with the national direction set by our courageous and reform-minded leader, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Across the Federation, we are laying the foundation for an economy that rewards production, protects enterprise, and gives our states room to become engines of growth. I must therefore once again commend His Excellency, Governor Abdullahi Esule, and his team for showing that reform is a daily act of fidelity to principle.
Governor Abdullahi Esule says the summit in its third edition has been a platform for engagement between policymakers and investors.
The 2026 summit, which is termed Bold Transitions, Building a Legacy for a Sustainable Future, focuses on protecting and institutionalizing the reforms that have embedded the progress, while setting the agenda for the state's next phase of economic development.
It's good news for girls as the World Bank Group says Nigeria could generate over $400 billion in additional income by 2040 if it prioritizes investment in adolescent girls. The report estimates that achieving this would require about $37 billion in targeted investments, mainly in education, health, and economic inclusion, positioning girls as a critical lever for long-term growth and productivity. The National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, has reported a fresh uptick in food prices on month-on-month basis, even as key staples recorded sharp declines year-on-year, indicating persistent pressure in Nigeria's food market. The NBS Selected Food Price Watch for March 2026 released shows that while beans, eggs, and gari became cheaper year-on-year, prices edged higher in March compared to February, reflecting short-term supply constraints. The Bureau noted that average price of eggs, a crate of about 30 pieces, stood at 6,127.62 naira, representing a 20.12% year-on-year decline from 7,670.56 recorded in March 2025. Similarly, the average price of brown beans 1 kg was about 1,325.85 naira in March 2026, reflecting a significant year-on-year decline of 49.32% from 2,616.26 in March 2025. Argentina sees lithium and copper exports at $32.7 billion in 10 years. Let's now take a trip to the commodities market. Nigerian equities rebounded on Wednesday as fresh buying interest in banking and insurance stocks pushed the benchmark Nigerian Exchange Index higher, extending the market's strong year-to-date performance. The NGX All-Share Index ASI gained 0.41% to close at 242,729.51 points, while market capitalization rose by 628.53 billion naira to 155.78 trillion naira. The rally lifted the market's year-to-date return to 55.98%, reinforcing bullish investor sentiment amid the ongoing earnings season. Now to global markets. Japan's stocks rose more than 5% on Thursday, with the benchmark Nikkei 225 hitting 62,000 for the first time as Asia-Pacific markets rallied despite renewed tensions in the Middle East. Let's take a look at the figures. And from the encouraging numbers from the global market, we end this edition of the program. We do value your feedback, so keep the comments, observations, and suggestions coming. Be informed that all previous episodes are available on YouTube on the NTA's channel. The program returns on Friday by 3 p.m. I am Maria Aduzakar, saying keep thinking and doing business.
Want your school to be known for your achievements or activities? Then look no further. At NTA Knowledge on StarTimes Channel 359, we will showcase your school's graduation, excursion, inter-house sports, community service, school's registration of new intakes, and more. For enquiries and advert placement, please dial 0805-906-0657, 0803-553-5720, 0803-337-4201. NTA Knowledge, learning to broaden horizon.
Wow, look at that. Until recently, I had no idea what a pangolin was. But this thing is strong. It's a small mammal covered with scales made of keratin, just like our nails. Strong scales, man. The scales has no medicinal value, yet the demand for the scales and the meat is driving the pangolins to extinction. This one's name is Igai, and it was rescued from illegal bushmeat trade. It's going back into the wild where it belongs to keep the ant population in check. Home sweet home. Please say no to illegal bushmeat and report wildlife crime, because poaching steals from us all.
people and places are defined by the stories. The stories told through the lenses of literary renditions like poems, novels, and dramas go a long way to tell a people's story and their way of life. In Nigeria, writers like Chinua Emecheta, Chimamanda,
Hello and many thanks for joining us on the News at 10 on NTA News 24. We are live in Abuja. I'm Chinenwe. Let's begin with the headlines. Federal Executive Council approves research fund, addresses indiscriminate and unmerited conferment of degrees. Nigerians pay tribute to exemplary leadership of late President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua during activities marking the 16th anniversary of the late president. National Hajj Commission of Nigeria inaugurates medical center in Medina following influx of pilgrims for this year's Hajj. The Federal Executive Council has, in its last meeting, approved the establishment of National Research and Innovation Development Fund and also approved the Council for Award and Use of Honorary Degrees in Nigerian universities. Minister of Education Tunji Alausa made the announcement while briefing State House correspondents on the resolutions of the Council's last meeting in the education sector.
Now, on the part of doing this, we will benefit from a similar restructuring, moving from fragmented landscape to a coordinated innovation ecosystem that maximizes impact in the face of limited financial resources, to encourage collaboration and coordination among the 54 research agencies, academia, institution, and industry. Number two, resources will be allocated strategically based on the merit and potential impact of proposed research projects that are in alignment with national development objectives. Number three, research agencies and academic institutions will be motivated to propose ambitious and groundbreaking projects through allocation of funds to stimulate innovation and excellence across the research ecosystem.
The Federal Council also approved the Council for Award and Use of Honorary Degrees in Nigerian universities. This is coming through the adoption of the KEFI Declaration to address issues of awarding honorary degrees by Nigerian institutions to safeguard academic integrity, restore public confidence, and eliminate the current trends of indiscriminate and unmerited conferment.
And politicization of this academic privilege, leading to concerns over awards being used for political patronage or financial gain, as well as conferral of award on serving public officials. As part of the ethics of award of public honorary degrees, this should not be awarded to any serving public officials, but we've seen that misuse in the last several years. Also, as people were awarded these honorary degrees, they started misusing the acronym doctor, putting doctor in front of their name by honorary recipient and awarding of degrees by institution. And also, we've seen that universities that were just opened about 5 years ago that do not have PhD programs are awarding honorary degrees. It's a misnomer.
Vice President Shettima has assured investors that the federal government is committed to providing a secured and friendly environment for investment to thrive in the country. The Vice President gave the assurance in Lafia, Nasarawa State, while declaring open the third edition of Nasarawa Investment Summit. Aliyu Tijani reports.
Vice President Shettima leads other members of the Federal Executive Council to the third edition of Nasarawa Investment Summit with a message of assurance to investors under the theme, Bold Transitions, Building a Legacy for a Sustainable Future. The summit seeks to sustain the trajectory of investment drive under the present administration in the state. Vice President Shettima commends the vision of Nasarawa State Governor for turning around the status of the state that was once a civil service state to investment destination in the country.
What Nasarawa State pursues here aligns with the national direction taken by our courageous and reform-minded leader, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Across the Federation, we are laying the foundation for an economy that rewards production, protects enterprise, and give our states room to become engines of growth. I must therefore once again commend His Excellency, Governor Abdullahi Esule and his team for showing that reform is a daily act of fidelity to principle.
Governor Abdullahi Esule says the summit in its third edition has been a platform for engagement between policymakers and investors.
The 2026 summit, which is termed Bold Transitions, Building a Legacy for a Sustainable Future, focuses on protecting and institutionalizing the reforms that have embedded the progress, while setting the agenda for the state's next phase of economic development.
The State Deputy Governor, Dr. Emmanuel Akabi, Minister of Budget and National Planning, Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, Minister of Trade and Investment, Dr. Jimoke Oduoli, and the World Bank Country Director, among others, during the plenary session, submit that there is need to institutionalize reforms in order to sustain the gains recorded. The summit attracts policy makers, investors, captains of industries, among others, with expectations that the outcome of the summit will attract more investment into the state. In Lafia, Aliyu Tijani, NTA News.
Senate has confirmed the appointment of Joseph Olasunkomi as Minister of Power as he raises the hope of Nigerians that the end of system disturbance or grid collapse is in sight. Ambassador Shola Nikolai, the Minister of State Foreign Affairs nominee, was also confirmed. National Assembly correspondent Lamia Ali reports.
Inadequate electricity supply is the single largest infrastructure bottleneck in Nigeria and a major constraint to economic growth. As the screening of Tigbe, the president's ministerial nominee for power, lawmakers were specific as they asked how the new minister intends to turn around the industry to achieve stable and sustainable supply of electricity.
Please go out there and solve this problem so that we can bring the needed development to our nation. What kind of timelines that you want to put behind these deliverables? Make sure that those who are doing distribution actually keep to the terms of their contract.
What solution are you going to bring in order to nip in the bud this issue of vandalization of power infrastructure?
A solution where people take responsibility from generation to transmission to distribution. We're open to all ideas. In fact, one thing I'll commit to today is that we are not going to do the things the way we've been doing before.
Also screened in the Red Chamber is a career diplomat, Ambassador Shola Nikolai, as he takes the seat of Minister of State for Foreign Affairs on the heels of disturbing reports on the state of some diaspora Nigerians in some countries.
What would you do different in ensuring that the Nigerian passport is respected and Nigerians are treated with dignity in foreign countries?
Place Nigeria and Nigerians at the centerpiece of our foreign policy. And I think that is something many of us have argued over the years.
Diplomacy is about signals, signaling. Sometimes body language and the way you project what you're about to do also matters.
has come for us to change our approach in relating to this country. And in this, I will propose two steps. Apart from our engagement at the bilateral level, we need to escalate this to the AU.
Ambassador Enikon Olaye is definitely a round peg in a round hole.
Both nominees were confirmed and urged to make impact in their areas of assignments.
Congratulations to the nominees and their families. They will live here knowing very well that Nigeria is still work in progress. I thank you all.
A mild drama ensued earlier at plenary when Senator Adams Oshiomhole made efforts to raise an observation during the adoption of votes and proceedings, but he was ruled out of order. Senate had on Tuesday made amendments to its standing orders, part of which provides that only a senator that has served back-to-back twice in the Red Chamber could contest the position of presiding officer. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
A coalition of civil society organizations led by the Vaccine Network for Disease Control is commending the leadership of the Nigerian Senate and chairperson of the Senate Committee on Health, Dr. Ibalibo Baniwo, for the passage of the National Health Act 2014 Amendment Bill 2025, describing it as a significant milestone towards strengthening Nigeria's health system and achieving universal health coverage. The group praised the Senate for approving the amendment, which raises the basic health care provision fund from not less than 1% to not less than 2% of the consolidated revenue fund. Senator Banigo reaffirmed the Senate's commitment to sustain health sector reforms, while stakeholders described the development as a major boost to Nigeria's health reform agenda.
You will see that if we have enough funds across these pathways, we'll be able to deal with over 80% of the health problems that we have in the health systems. And seeing that 1% really cannot carry what the population is presently, when we came in, we now sought a way to increase the percentage so that it can carry more of the weight of the problem that the health system has.
The passing of a bill by the Senate to increase the National Health Act from 1% to 2%. Do you know what this means? It means that the primary health care centers will be strengthened. It means that children can access care. It means that lives will be saved. It means that our women can do their pregnancy with happiness. It means many things.
See that the intervention that we made to the Senate under the leadership of Senator Banigo, they have now been able to increase that one at least 1% to now to at least 2%. It's a major leap forward for the entire country. It means we have more money that will be going for immunization.
We do hope that as soon as possible there's concurrence, and then the committee of the whole will meet so that this bill can move from the National Assembly to Mr. President. And thereafter, we also want to appeal in advance to His Excellency, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, to give an assent to the bill so that Nigerians can enjoy better health care.
INEC Chairman Professor Joash Amukmito has met with the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Dusu, to strategize on ensuring peaceful, credible and secure elections across the country, including off-cycle and by-elections, ahead of preparations of the 2027 general election. Francis Form reports.
With the countdown to the 2027 general elections underway, Nigeria's electoral and security institutions are moving to tighten coordination and eliminate vulnerabilities that have historically marred elections. At a meeting with the police leadership, INEC Chairman Professor Joash Amukmito emphasized that electoral activities are already in motion and they come with serious security implications. Amukmito confirmed that the presidential and National Assembly elections are scheduled for January 16, 2027, while governorship and State House of Assembly polls will follow on February 6th. But before then, attention is shifting to key off-cycle elections in Ekiti and Osun states, alongside multiple by-elections triggered by death and appointments of lawmakers. This, he says, are critical tests of Nigeria's electoral integrity.
Our collective commitment to intelligence, sharing, strategic planning, and community engagement will be instrumental in creating an conducive environment to credible elections and in ensuring the protection of our infrastructure, our personnel, and the citizens of Nigeria.
I want to emphasize that individuals involved in ballot snatching, vote buying, voters' intimidation, destruction of electoral materials, violent destruction of polls, or attack on electoral officials will be arrested and prosecuted in accordance with the laws.
Both institutions agreed that public trust remains central to electoral success. Francis from NTA News.
This is the news at 10 on NTA News 24. We'll take a break here. There will be more reports when we return. Do stay.
Feel the power of precision, engineered to perfection. Every component is crafted with care, and each design is meticulously tested. From concept to creation, our engineers push the boundaries of technology, seamlessly blending performance and sustainability with a deep commitment to African ingenuity. Introducing the CNG Boss, a remarkable achievement in engineering designed to operate on compressed natural gas, a cleaner and more sustainable fuel alternative. At Innocent Vehicles, we proudly lead the way in creating greener mobility across Africa. And it doesn't stop there. From SUVs to sedans, spacious buses to electric cars, Innocent offers a wide range of models designed to meet every need. Innocent Vehicle, the pride of African roads.
This is NTA News 24.
Many thanks for staying on. As the deadline for submission of nomination and expression of interest forms closes, the APC says it is better equipped to consolidate its wide national spread and present stronger candidates for the 2027 general election. Yusuf Jika reports that the national chairman of the party, Nentawe Yewada, expressed satisfaction with the process and the level of support the party enjoys across the country.
The race for the 2027 general election is gathering momentum as the All Progressives Congress, APC, pushes ahead with its nomination process following the commencement of sales of nomination and expression of interest forms on April 25th. The party's primaries are scheduled to hold from May 15 to 23, 2026. Aspirants seeking to fly the party's flag for various elective positions have been filling in their forms, expressing optimism that the exercise will produce candidates through a transparent process that reflects the choice of party members.
So today, I'm happy to say I've submitted my form and I'm going to be working hard for the primaries. This is a time to change, and this is time for change, and this is time for the beginning of a new era in the Zamfara North Senatorial District.
For the national chairman of the APC, Professor Nentawe Yewada, the process so far is a reflection of the party's growing strength and nationwide acceptance, with assurances that the primaries will further unite and strengthen the ruling party ahead of the 2027 polls. He also dismissed claims linking the APC to the legal battles rocking some opposition parties, describing the allegations as baseless and urging the opposition to focus on resolving its internal challenges.
Aspirants are, it means they are deep-rooted. Aspirants are acceptable to society. Our aspirants also are in numbers. And when you aggregate these numbers put together, you can be sure that APC will win most of the seats in this country.
The window for submission of nomination and expression of interest forms closes this Wednesday at midnight, setting the stage for the next phase of the party's electoral process. In Abuja, Yusuf Jika, NTA News.
And the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Jigawa State has adopted Mustapha Sule Lamido as its consensus governorship candidate for the 2027 general election. He has obtained his nomination and expression of interest form after the party adopted him as a consensus candidate. Awal Mohammed Kazari reports.
The motion for Mustapha Sule Lamido adoption as the gubernatorial candidate for PDP was moved by the former secretary to the state government, Dr. Aminu Abdullahi Taura, and seconded by Aminu Wada Abubakar.
I hereby move the motion for the stakeholders of the Jigawa State PDP here assembled to accept Mustapha Sule Lamido as the consensus candidate for the PDP for the gubernatorial election for PDP in the 2027 election.
The process was formally supervised by the PDP state chairman, Babandi Ibrahim, who ensured orderly proceedings as party members sealed the decision through a resounding voice vote in a clear demonstration of consensus.
To thank the leaders of this party for once again giving me the opportunity to represent this party as the sole governorship candidate. By the special grace of God, we are going to do everything humanly possible to make sure we protect the interests of the party and also protect the interests of this state.
Subsequently, the PDP candidate was screened by the screening committee and was presented with his clearance certificate to participate in the general elections come February 2027. In Dutse, Awal Muhammad Kazauri, NTA News.
And Katsina State Governor Diko Umar Yar'Adua has honored the memory of late President Umar Musa Yar'Adua, describing him as a distinguished Nigerian leader whose truthfulness, honesty and integrity will continue to be remembered. The tribute was paid during activities marking the 16th anniversary of the late president.
Yar'Adua, who died on May 5, 2010, is remembered annually for his dedication to national service and commitment to public duty. Governor Yar'Adua reflected on his leadership style, noting that he governed with sincerity and humility while exercising authority with restraint rather than self-interest.
There was no one in Katsina State who was not touched by the late Yar'Adua. At the time, everyone was blessed by him in some way, and through his efforts, he have set Katsina State on the path of development.
The governor acknowledged Yar'Adua's contribution to Katsina State, stating that his leadership significantly influenced the region's development direction. On behalf of his family, the Katsina State government and the people of Katsina, Governor Yar'Adua prayed for peaceful repose of the late President's soul. In Katsina, Awan Halaru, NTA News.
Minister of Defense Christopher Musa has reaffirmed Nigeria's commitment to regional cooperation and security, emphasizing the importance of sustained synergy in degrading terrorist networks and stabilizing the Lake Chad Basin. The minister stated this during the just concluded meeting of ministers of defense troops contributing countries of the multinational joint task force under the Lake Chad Basin Commission and in N'Djamena, Republic of Chad. The meeting brought together defense ministers and representatives from member states, including Chad, Cameroon, and Nigeria, involved in regional security operations, and to review ongoing operations, strengthen collective efforts in addressing terrorism and cross-border threats in the Lake Chad Basin. The Northern Ethnic Youth Group Assembly has condemned the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, for describing as a travesty of justice a verdict of the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, awarding 100 million naira in damages against the NGO. The court has, in addition to the 100 million naira, ordered SERAP to published apologies in 2 national newspapers and 2 television stations to the 2 DSS operatives defamed by it. Reacting to the judgment, Serap issued a statement dismissing the verdict as a travesty and a blow to civic space in Nigeria. But in a statement issued in Kaduna, Negia described Serap's comments as deeply troubling and allegedly irresponsible for a group that purports to promote socio-economic rights and accountability. The statement, signed by Negia's spokesperson, Ibrahim Dan Musa, noted that on the surface, Serap pretends to live by its name, promoting socio-economic rights and accountability, but deep down, it would seem that Serap would rather every other person or group but itself be held accountable. The National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, has officially inaugurated its medical center in the city of Medina following the influx of pilgrims for this year's Hajj exercise. Correspondent Abubakar Akwanga reports that some of the wings inaugurated are nurses section, pharmacy, male and female wards, doctors section, and an outpatient department, all geared towards rendering efficient health services to Nigerian pilgrims in Saudi Arabia. As at the time of this report, members of the medical team were seen attending to some pilgrims who came to access free services for their well-being, all through the 2026 pilgrimage at the holy city of Medina. And that's the news at 10 on NTN News 24. Many thanks for watching. I'm Chineye.
Wow, look at that. Until recently, I had no idea what a pangolin was. But this thing is strong. It's a small mammal covered with scales made of keratin, just like our nails. Strong scales, man. The scales has no medicinal value, yet the demand for the scales and the meat is driving the pangolins to extinction. This one's name is Igai, and it was rescued from illegal bushmeat trade. It's going back into the wild where it belongs to keep the ant population in check. Home.
Welcome to the Defenders, your window into the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. We take you beyond the uniform into the heart of the service. And on the program, we'll be showcasing our achievements under the leadership of our Commandant General, Professor Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR. Like you know, our core mandate is protection of all critical national assets and infrastructure. So join me as we show the dedication and discipline of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. I am Baba Wale Afolabi. I'll be right back. And you're going away.
Join us for The Defenders, the show that highlights the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps in action, protecting the heart of Nigeria's progress. From safeguarding critical infrastructure to securing our national resources, the NSCDC plays a vital role in securing the future of Nigeria. With the mining marshals leading the fight against illegal mining, the Corps ensures that our natural resources are protected from exploitation, preserving them for future generations. The Commandant General Special Intelligence Squad is on the front line, fighting to stop illegal bunkering and the theft of our nation's oil resources, protecting our economy and sovereignty. And the female squad is dedicated to protecting our schools, keeping our children safe from the threat of banditry, rape, and other criminal activities. Every day, the men and women of the NSCDC are working tirelessly to safeguard our communities, protect our nation's resources, and support sustainable development. The Defenders, ensuring a safer, stronger, and more prosperous Nigeria for all.
Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, National Headquarters, Abuja. God present, ready for inspection. Sir!
Today, just to reaffirm the bond between the Nigerian Police Force and the NSCDC. I want you to know that I'm not here by mistake. It was a deliberate action by me to be here today. Because we are both involved in critical national assignments. And then, most importantly, because of the critical situation that we are at this particular moment, we need to come together, work together to secure our nation. I know we have started feeling what the Nigerian Police Force has been going through. Every day, I do not have your record, but I can close my eyes and authoritatively say that every day we are losing men on the field in critical situations, because that is what is happening to us as well. But despite that, this is the job we are all choosing to do. We need to encourage our officers, we need to work together, and we need to cover our backs. So that is why I'm here, to let you know that deliberately I came here today to reaffirm our relationship. And if there is none, to start the beginning of a great relationship between the Nigerian Police Force and the NSCDC. We know the security challenges we face are complex and they are evolving, they are changing daily. Members of the public do not know what we go through. We are fighting a difficult, but very difficult one, in difficult terrains. And then the people who are fighting are, when we looked at them as ragtag, but they are well-trained ragtag bandits and insurgents that we are facing. So we are deploying men, which I know we are doing. We have been involved in joint operations. And then we want you to know that we are going to share training together. Sharing intelligence, yes. Sharing intelligence, yes. That is a must. That is a must. We must share intelligence to operate together. We must share intelligence to stay alive. We must share intelligence to protect the nation. And that has to do with the capacity building of all of us. But before going, I want you to know that let this visit mark the beginning of a new era where the Nigerian police force, NSCDC, stand shoulder to shoulder, one mission, one purpose, to ensure that we bring peace to the only country that belongs to us. Thank you so much.
A very courageous, very firm, very refined police officer, the IGP, the Chief Internal Security Officer of the Federation. You are welcome to Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, National Headquarters. And I would like to first congratulate you on two strands. First, your appointment as the IGP based on your track records as a very refined, very revered, very calculated police officer, having served in many, many formations. The one that is most revered that people usually talk about is your appointment in Lagos. When we had the announcement, we said yes, this announcement is well justified and well placed. So I personally congratulate you. The second strand of the congratulation is that you may not know, but you are the first Inspector General of Police to visit Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. So congratulations on that, sir. You are going to be placed on our own local Guinness Book here. You are the first IGP to visit us. We are fully aware that the police as an organization is the organization that's in charge of internal security of the nation. Constitutionally provided, the IGP is the Chief Internal Security Officer of the Federation. And we all know that, and we want to reiterate it to you that we are going to work very, very closely with you. So I'd like to tell you that we are very, very happy, and also tell you that whatever asked for, synergy, you will get it, because you are open, you are straight, and you are fair. The issue of synergy, I have been saying, it should not be lip service. The 3 C's must be seen working very conspicuously. The 3 C's, what are they? Collaboration, cooperation, and of course, coordination. Thank you so very much for this visit. Like I told you, we are going to write, we have a Guinness book here, a small one. I can write your name in that Guinness book for breaking these things of coming to the national because of the war.
Civil defense incidentally is, like I say, it's an elitist organization that serves as a buffer to security agencies in the central security agencies, and we act sometimes like National Guard, So we are in the center because we are by our act globally, even globally, civil defense is supposed to provide what is called civil protection. Civil protection, and perhaps maybe that's why Mr. President have now seen the reason why now that we should also be involved in VIP protection. So it is part of our function. And I tell you, we are poised and ready, to take this responsibility head on.
One of the cardinal points of our able Commandant General is training and retraining of personnel. What you see us doing here is our normal routine of training our personnel in different fields. We are conducting a training, a VIP protection training, and if you can see, you see that the men are in a very high spirit, good to go, ready at any time they are called upon. We will keep doing our best in giving them what we are supposed to give them, that will make them discharge their duty diligently, perfectly, packardly, and without any itches or problem.
What we have ongoing here is the course 003 for the VIP protection unit. We have 380 officers drawn from different formations of the corps from 36 states, the FCT and the zonal commands. And they are going to be here for the next 4 weeks. The training comprises of the basic drills in VIP protections and weapon handling for officers that will be deployed for the VIP protection unit of the corps. Now, at the end of this course, what we expect is that officers will be deployed to various VIPs in the country, and they'll be abreast with the latest tactics in the VIP protections and weapon handling.
The Corps has a mandate to protect all Nigerians, but the specific mandate of the VIP protection unit has to do with key persons who take critical decisions and formulate policies for Nigerians and other foreign nationals. There will be no discipline in our agency without training. It's the training that imbibes the culture, norms and tradition of doctrine of our agency.
It has been a wonderful experience here on the training for the VIP protection unit. The trainings have been rigorous. It has been a professional training that has upgraded a lot of my thoughts on security and how you carry your VIP along and build confidence in them.
I'm here because of the passion and also to build my future. I'm learning a lot here from drills, parade, and every other thing. I'm so happy to be here. I'm learning a lot, and it's wonderful.
I'm glad to be here. Trust me when I say VIP, I mean loyalty and trust. Our instructors are really doing real good job, and we are trying our possible best to catch up with everything they are teaching us.
Training has been rigorous, and we are planning to live up to the presidential directive on this protection of very important persons, and we hope that we'll be able to meet up with this mandate.
This training has embedded a new era, the operation of VIP and NSCDC. Our appreciation goes to our amiable Commandant General, Professor Ahmed Abubakar, MNI, OFR, for his encouragement and always putting his strength and resources in the training of personnel. Right from the beginning, he emphasized the issue of training and retraining of personnel, and he has shown up at all times.
One of the problems we have centrally is funding. So, and we need to be funded very well so that we can. And many a times we tell them that even we in the Corps, we don't need money. What we need is let them give us equipment. Give us equipment and then see what we will do. Give us the required equipment and then give us personnel. Now, you are asked to provide safety and security for schools. You are asked to provide safety and security for pipelines. You are asked to provide safety and security for telecommunication lines. So it is huge. So we need personnel. Once we have a reasonable number of personnel, if we can have additional 100,000, and then we provide working tools for us. I tell you, the passion that the civil defense has to work for Nigerians and for Nigeria is going to be unprecedented.
My name is Olatunji Disu. I'm the Inspector General of Police. I'm here today to cement the relationship between us and the civil defense. The people are the bosses. Keep on watching the defenders.
Special Intelligence Squad, all serving with civility, compassion, and
courage. Beyond our borders, NSCDC is a proud member of the International Civil Defense Organization, ICDO, with its global headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. A corps connected to global standards, yet firmly rooted in Nigerian soil.
From the ashes of 1967 to the strength of today, our journey has been shaped by sacrifice, guided by service, and anchored in trust. We are not just a corps in uniform, we are your neighbors, your defenders, your bridge between peace and panic. We are the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, defending the defenseless.
Security is the collective responsibility of every citizen. No service has monopoly of any strategy. Now that the 3 C's are conspicuously noticed among security agencies: collaboration, cooperation, and coordination, I'd like to enjoin all security agencies to strengthen this collaboration so that together we can provide safety and security for Nigerians and for Nigeria. My name is Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, OFR MNI, Commandant General, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Please keep watching the defenders.
Agro Ranger is not just about the boots on the ground, but it is about the pace that we provide. The mandate is clear: to protect agro-allied investments, to secure the ranches, to provide safe movements of agricultural goods and products. We mediate between the farmers and the herders in a non-kinetic approach. You apply soft power like diplomacy, negotiation, and persuasion. This is so the herder can graze in peace and the farmer can plant without fear.
From the grain silos in the north and the palm plantation in the south, the presence of agro rangers has boosted investors' confidence. Large-scale commercial farms that have once been idle have been busy with different activities nationwide. By coping the theft of livestock and protecting critical infrastructures like dams and irrigation systems, the NSCDC is ensuring that the Grow Nigeria initiative isn't just a slogan, but a reality. Every harvest protected by an agro ranger, as it stands today, is a victory against hunger and a step towards economic stability.
From the soil of our farms rises the hope of our nation. In the peace of our field lives, the strength of our people. Together, we stand for Nigeria. Have a look into the future, where Nigeria feeds itself and the world. The Agro Rangers remain the front line of that dream. They are the shield for the tiller of the ground and the guardian for our collective prosperity. In the face of adversity, we stand firm for the love of the country, for the security of our food, and the peace of our land. NSCDC Agro Rangers, defending our harvest, defending our homeland. The precondition to freedom is security. You're welcome back on your security program. This will have joined the curtain on this week's edition of the program. Remember, when you see something, please say something, and we will definitely do something. This will have a signing off on this week's edition of the program. Peace, I'm out of here. Bye for now.
Wow, look at that. Until recently, I had no idea what a pangolin was. But this thing is strong. It's a small mammal covered with scales made of keratin, just like our nails. Strong scales, man. The scales has no medicinal value, yet the demand for the scales and the meat is driving the pangolins to extinction. This one's name is Igai, and it was rescued from illegal bushmeat trade. It's going back into the wild where it belongs to keep the ant population in check. Home sweet home. Please say no to illegal bushmeat and report wildlife crime, because poaching steals from us all.
In Nigeria, football is not just a sport. It is heartfelt, a passion that binds 200 million people as one. A game that has given us triumphs, tears, and timeless memories.
Super Eagles, waiting they happen, waiting they share, we want no. Shana Winch, I've been landing, no matter their plan.
From the pioneers who gave us our first taste of continental glory, Segun Odegbami's brilliance, Christian Chukwu's leadership, Stephen Keshi's command, Then came the golden generation, Rashidi Yekini, the lion-hearted striker whose roar shook the world. Kanu Nwakwo, our king of comebacks. And Daniel Amokachi, the bull who carried our hopes. Together, they brought us unforgettable triumphs. The 1994 Africa Cup of Nations, when the world finally bowed to Nigerian football.
Not intending to score, but the ball delivered in so well that without taking a touch, it flew.
It was not only the men who carried the nation's pride. The Super Falcons rose as Africa's queens of football. Mercy Akide, Perpetua Nwokocha, and Asisat Oshoala, inspiring generations of girls to dream, dominate, and conquer. Today, a new generation carries the torch. Mikel Obi, our midfield general, Victor Moses, whose brilliance helped reclaim AFCON in 2013, Wilfred Ndidi, a global star of grit, and Victor Osimhen, whose fire and hunger promise a brighter future. In victory or defeat, football has always united Nigeria. It dissolves barriers of trust, reminding us that together we can win. At 65, Nigeria's story is still being written, and in football we find our truest reflection of resilience, unity, and global respect. For millions of young Nigerians, the game is not just sport, it is destiny. It is Nigeria's greatest unifier.
Do you want your school to be known for your achievements or activities? Then look no further. At NTA Knowledge on Star Times Channel 359, we will showcase your school's graduation, excursion, inter-house sports, community service, school's registration of new...
Hello, here is the news update at 11. I am Chineye Ngoy. INEC Chairman Professor Joash Amukmito has met with the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, to strategize on ensuring peaceful, credible and secure elections across the country. The meeting focused on preparations for a series of off-cycle and by-elections, as well as the 2027 general election.
Strategic planning and community engagement will be instrumental in creating a conducive environment to credible elections.
Any officer found engaging in partisan conduct or unethical practice will face disciplinary and legal consequences.
A coalition of civil society organizations led by the Vaccine Network for Disease Control is commending the leadership of the Nigerian Senate and chairperson of the Senate Committee on Health, Dr. Ibalebo Banigo, for the passage of the National Health Act 2014 Amendment Bill 2025, describing it as a significant milestone towards strengthening Nigeria's health system and achieving universal health coverage. Senator Banigo reaffirmed the Senate's commitment to sustain health sector reforms, while stakeholders described the development as a major boost to Nigeria's health reform agenda.
These pathways will be able to deal with over 80% of the health problems that we have in the health system.
Passing of a bill by the Senate to increase the National Health Act from 1% to 2%. Do you know what this means? It means that the primary health care centers will be strengthened. It means that children can access care. It means that lives will be saved. It means that our women can do their pregnancy with happy.
The Kogi State government is delighted to confirm the successful rescue of all victims abducted from the Darul Kitab Islamic Orphanage in Lokoja, bringing a reassuring end to a distressing incident. In a statement by Kingsley Femi Fanwu, the Commissioner for Information and Communications, this is following coordinated and sustained search and rescue operations. Troops of the 12th Brigade of the Nigerian Army, acting on behalf of and in support of the Kogi State government, and in collaboration with other security agencies, successfully rescued the remaining victims in the early hours of May 6, 2026. The operation led to the safe recovery of 5 boys, 2 girls, and 2 adult females from the Abuja forest axis in Lokoja local government area. And those are the news highlights at this time. There will be more news later. Do stay.
In 1987, an HIV diagnosis was often seen as a death sentence. Today, with effective treatments, people living with HIV can live long, healthy lives, and when their viral load is suppressed, they do not transmit the virus. This is known as undetectable equals untransmittable. Welcome to Global Health Digest. I am Uche Ugochukwu. Whether you are living with HIV or not, this episode of the program is for you because it deals with one of the most remarkable turnarounds in modern medicine. From the first 8 cases reported in the early 1980s, treatment options were limited and ineffective. But by the mid-1990s, the introduction of combination antiretroviral therapy transformed HIV into a manageable chronic condition. Today, science is moving even further with long-acting drugs that could change how people prevent and manage HIV. One of the most promising is lenacapavir, a long-acting antiretroviral described as a game changer, currently approved for treatments in specific cases and now generating global attention for its potential in HIV prevention following highly promising trial results. On this episode of Global Health Digest, we track the global journey of HIV treatment from scientific breakthroughs to the future of long-acting options. But first, the background reports.
When AIDS emerged in 1981, doctors were facing an unknown fatal syndrome. 2 years later, scientists identified the cause, HIV, a retrovirus believed to have crossed from non-human primates to humans in West Central Africa in the early 20th century. The first decades were defined by trial and error.
But it quickly developed a reputation.
And the deaths kept coming and coming.
The fear was palpable.
I was terrified of passing on HIV to someone else.
But in the years that followed,
then came antiretrovirals. More than a dozen medicines, each attacking HIV in a different way, changed the trajectory. The breakthrough was combination therapy, ART. 3 or more drugs taken together proved far more effective than any single treatment and slowed the development of drug resistance. Today, combination antiretroviral therapy is the global standard for anyone newly diagnosed. It stops HIV from replicating, drives viral load to undetectable levels, and lets the immune system recover. A person starting ART now has the same life expectancy as someone without HIV, and people with undetectable viral loads do not transmit HIV sexually. Since 2003, AIDS-related deaths worldwide have fallen by 43%. As of now, 23.3 people globally are now on HIV treatment, but success has created new challenges. Widespread drug use has led to HIV drug resistance. Mutations in the virus can make any antiretroviral, even newer ones, partially or fully ineffective. To stay ahead, the World Health Organization calls for routine resistance surveillance across adults, children, adolescents, and PrEP users who test positive. The data helps countries adjust regimens and protect outcomes.
This is our moment to choose. We can allow these shocks to undo decades of hard-won gains, or we can unite behind the shared vision of ending AIDS. Millions of lives depend on the choices we make now.
The latest development is WHO's endorsement of injectable lenacapavir, given twice yearly as a new PrEP option. These officials could reshape prevention efforts worldwide.
If you're just tuning in, this is Global Health Digest on NTA International. To map where we are globally, from science to access, I'm joined via Zoom from Geneva, Switzerland, by Dr. Caroline Amole, Vice President for HIV at the Clinton Health Access Initiative, for insights into the future of HIV prevention.
I would say we've made remarkable progress, but the job is far from done. Today, 31 million people are in HIV treatment. New infections are down 40% since 2010. AIDS deaths are down 56%. And that's real progress, but 1.3 million people still acquire HIV every year. And that number has barely budged, actually. So we are way off track 2030 goals. The difference now is that we finally have a tool that can change that trajectory. With lenacapavir, twice yearly injection with near perfect efficacy. And I think it makes the dream of ending this epidemic achievable for the first time ever. The question will be whether we act fast enough to turn the tide. On your question in terms of what are the biggest gaps hindering global HIV prevention, I would say it's tools, money, and equity. Until recently, our best tool in the HIV prevention toolbox was oral PrEP. And oral PrEP is highly effective, actually, but it requires swallowing a pill every single day, and that just does not fit into most people's lives. So uptake has been slow. And historically, prevention tools were also very delayed in coming to market in low and middle income countries, and then have never reached scale. So second, the money. Funding has consistently fallen short for HIV prevention, and it's relied quite heavily on PEPFAR, at least historically. We saw the collapse last year of PrEP programs, of some PrEP programs across the continent after and as a result of the PEPFAR disruptions. So governments will need to step up with domestic funding for HIV prevention to meet the gaps. And then lastly, the point of equity, which is I think the last remaining sort of gap. Key populations account for more than half of new infections, but are still often the last to be reached, often pushed away by stigma and criminalization. And prevention only works when it reaches the people at highest risk. So we have to focus on reaching key populations. I would say that nothing in HIV prevention has ever combined this level of efficacy, convenience, and affordability. This really is a revolutionary product. In terms of efficacy, there were 0 infections among over 2,000 women in the Purpose 1 trial, 0. In Purpose 2, which was with men, transgender women, and other populations, they saw 96% efficacy, just remarkable results. In terms of convenience, it's 2 injections a year. So you can get your HIV prevention shot once every 6 months and then go about living your life and forget about it. In terms of price, we negotiated a $40 per person per year price for the generic injectable. That price will be available in 120 low and middle income countries. At that cost, ending HIV transmission actually becomes economically feasible. And this is just the beginning. As we reach many millions of people on lenacapavir, the price will come down further. I think that part of why this product is so revolutionary is that it meets people where they are instead of asking them to change how they live to fit in HIV prevention. The populations that are hit hardest by HIV are the same ones for whom daily pills are hardest to sustain. So think about adolescent girls and young women, young gay men navigating stigma, sex workers in criminalized settings, mobile populations without consistent clinic access. An option of having 2 injections a year just strips away the adherence barriers that have been oral PrEP's Achilles heel. In the clinical trials, 3/4 of participants preferred the injection over daily pills. I think we pretty consistently see very, very high preference for the injections from communities. When people want the product, uptake follows, and high uptake of lenacapavir will lead us to ending HIV transmission. This is really the transformation with the product. It aligns the best science with how people actually live. I also would say that although this is certainly is our most powerful tool in the fight against HIV, it is not our only tool. I think it will have an incredible transformation for vulnerable populations. These are groups, as I said, who are hit hardest, who struggle the most with taking daily pills. We often hear from people that they have to hide their pill bottle of oral PrEP. And with the option of lenacapavir, the injection, as I said, you can go get your injection and then not need to return to the clinic or whatever point in the community that you receive the injection for another 6 months. So you are protected for 6 months and with just a shot. This is really revolutionary, actually, and I think it will have the biggest benefit for the populations that are most vulnerable and who struggle the most with taking the daily pill. So the originator company of lenacapavir should really be applauded for what they've done, I think, to ensure equitable global access of this product. They acted swiftly to give voluntary licenses to 6 generic manufacturers, and then we, Unitaid Vitsari Chai, we negotiated a $40 a year price for the generic injectable. So I would say that we have cleared the pricing hurdle. But pricing alone, of course, is not access. We will need financing to match the scale of the opportunity. There is not enough money right now in the HIV prevention space to reach everybody, to reach the 20 million people who we need to reach with PrEP to reach HIV epidemic control. Right now, about 2 million people are accessing PrEP in low and middle income countries. We need to reach 20 million. So an incremental improvement will not get us there. We need a surge of new investment to be able to reach everybody who needs PrEP. We'll need sufficient investment in generic manufacturing so that the lower priced options can come to market as quickly as possible, which Unitaid and Gates are supporting, and we feel confident that the generics will reach the market next year in 2027. And then, of course, for access, we need last mile delivery, trained healthcare workers, we need integration into primary healthcare. So I would say that this is the tipping point. Lenacapavir is the most consequential advance in HIV prevention in history. Near perfect efficacy, 2 injections a year, $40 per person per year. That combination makes bringing an end to this epidemic feasible for the first time in history. So to governments, I would say this is an investment. Nigeria's decision to commit domestic resources and move early is exactly the kind of leadership the world needs and other countries should follow. To donors, I would say now is the time to be bold. Do not let shrinking budgets shrink our ambitions. And catalytic investments now can avert millions of infections and billions of dollars in future treatment cost if we can avert new infections today. To communities, this is your tool. Demand it, advocate for it, hold your leaders accountable. I would say the science is settled. The economics on this one are very clear, and what remains now is political will.
In Nigeria, there has been significant progress. The country has made strong gains towards the UNAIDS 95-95-95 targets, ensuring that people with HIV know their status, are on treatment, and achieve viral suppression. While national figures continue to improve, some states and programs are already meeting or surpassing these global targets, showing what is possible with sustained investments and community-driven approaches. Dr. Adebobola Basharun, National Coordinator for HIV/AIDS and STDs at the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, speaks on the progress, the gaps, and what long-acting drugs could mean for Nigeria.
The full name of Holland is Lenacapavir. It gives you first time this drug is being produced globally. It was officially approved last year, I think June, by the WHO, in addition to other regulatory parameters that they've met. It's a game changer because it's the first drug, or first medical, let me use the word medical, the first medical get infections as good as zero. But don't forget, we have so let me now go to prevention of HIV infection. We have the usual ABC that you know: abstinence, be mutually faithful to your partner, then consistent and correct condom use, and then the other one now is the prevention, biomedical prevention, which has oral PrEP. That's the ones you take with your mouth, you swallow it daily. And we also have the injectables. For the injectables currently, there are 2 types. The one that is called cabotegravir, which is once in 2 months. That doesn't give you up to 80% coverage, maybe 60-something% coverage, protection. But lenacapavir is once in 6 months, which is subcutaneous. It gives you 6 months prevention coverage. So to a large extent, the other tablets, you have to take them every day. And they have, I don't need to mention that because they are, of course, medical name TL drugs and the rest. So we don't need to go into the details of the science. But the fact is, the oral ones are still available, the injectable ones are still available, but you don't need to combine them. And don't forget, you can still be doing your abstinence, be mutually faithful, consistent condom use. Then in addition, now use one of the medications to prevent your risk level, or to reduce your risk level and prevent getting infected. So those are the ideas around it. You don't mix the biomedical, you don't mix cabotegravir with rilpivirine or with lenacapavir. You don't just take the right one that suits you. It's being rolled out in a phased manner. And because of the content we have available now, we are going to 8 states in Nigeria. One of them is FCT. And subsequently, as we have more molecules or more of those products in country, we'll be moving to other states. But the beautiful thing is these 8 states were chosen based on their burden of new infection that we're trying to stop. So we look at prevalence, which is the total number of infections in that state, and also in terms of number of people living with HIV. So those parameters were put together to determine the 8 states that were first or are first on the rollout phase. So subsequently, other states will be involved as we get more of these medications in Nigeria. For now, the drug is, I would say, is available in designated health centers. So when you go to a health center that is providing lenacapavir, there are some eligibility criteria that you'll be asked. Then you also be tested for HIV. So if you are already positive, the referral will take you straight to where you get your full active antiviral therapy, the drug combinations. But if you are negative, and the eligibility criteria has shown that you have a couple of risk factors, one of the key risk factors, which I would like to say, is that if you already know that your partner is HIV positive and you are HIV negative, automatically you are a candidate for lenacapavir, because you are already at highest risk because your partner is positive, you are negative. So in such cases, it's clear cut that you need it. Now, if you know you are doing high risk jobs like female sex workers and other forms of high risk behaviors, you are definitely an eligible candidate. But some of these criteria will be set out for you in the facility for you to really have access to this medication under medical or clinical guidance of a pharmacist, a doctor, or a qualified nurse that is in that field. Now, these drugs currently are not available in the open market or in the over-the-counters, OTCs. They are being regulated based on medical use in the health facilities. Maybe in the future, it will be made available in a total market approach. But at that point, there must be regulations to regulate who gets it and who doesn't get it. You must be at high risk. And something that we've been able to develop in the last 3 months before it was introduced into Nigeria is the issues around creating a pharmacovigilance framework, which is under the guidance of NAFDAC, where if there's any side effect or any untoward feeling or some reporting that is not constant or concurrent with the expectations of the medication, the pharmacovigilance framework it will be reported through the framework to NAFDAC, and NAFDAC will probably check for what are the issues. Then the other part is for us to even start using this thing at all in Nigeria, we've been able to clearly get an ethical clearance from NREC, Nigerian Health Research and Ethics Committee, which is, it has a countrywide assurance in terms of its coverage. So the approach is we have ethical clearance, the science is right, the medical aspect of it is right, and of course the pharmacovigilance is also there to pick anything. So we are not pushing that for everybody. It's not just for everybody to come wake up and start using it. It's for those at high risk based on the set out eligibility criteria that you meet in a lot of these hospitals we have in the 8 states. And I may not mention the states here, but we have clear-cut states. If you go to some of these states like FCT, like Ebonyi, like Anambra, Kwara, Gombe, you should be able to, have access to these medications, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, and the rest, based on the reasons and the computations of factors I raised earlier when I was talking about their choices. The medication is free because we got it through huge support of our partner, the Global Fund, and is a catalytic support in the sense that it's expected that with time, countries will, of course, get more of these drugs because it's highly effective. And if you want to reduce your, burden, the HIV burden, you want to reduce your transmission rate, you want to ensure that mother-to-child transmission of HIV when they are pregnant is reduced. Some of these factors, you definitely have to invest in prevention, such as lenacapavir, that you are sure will give 100% coverage. And it has not been documented that it has a major or key side adverse effects in pregnancy. Even though the information we have now, the data, the literatures are limited. We have about 4 literatures globally that speaks to some of these things, including the antiretroviral pregnancy registry documents. Tells us the usage in a lot of close to 24,000 women, because this drug is officially released in approximately 1 year ago globally. So at the same time we're having it in Nigeria, it's also the same time we're having it in other countries, and about 10 or 11 African countries, Europe and the Asia. So a drug that is a medication that is less than 1 year definitely still has a lot to determine the mid-term and the long-term effect, if any. So my last words for HIV prevention is not just HIV, hepatitis, STIs, everything, is that you have to, as far as possible, try to obey some principles of abstinence. You don't have to get involved when you don't need to get involved. Then number 2, if you have a partner, stick to your partner, be mutually faithful to them. Both of you should be, mutual is both ways. Then 3rd, if at all you still have to, have some fun, avoid risky behaviors, use condom. It's not just through interaction on intercourse that you can have HIV or other bloodborne diseases. You can have it through sharing needles, on hygienic practices. Some of these things, sharing blades, clarification marks, some traditional practices, some of these things can be prevented. Ensure that you use only sterilized needles. Ensure that you, of course, use condom. Protection generally from high-risk behavior. Then definitely continue with your biomedicals, because they also support. Then if you're HIV positive, because you must get tested, everybody should be tested, know your status. Once you know this and you are negative and you know you are at high risk, it's not everybody that is high risk. I keep telling people, it's not everybody that is at high risk, but those that know they are high risk is a self-assessment. You don't see high risk on people's face. And if you are doing a program for intervention for HIV, for hepatitis, for STIs, and you are getting data, some of the people you are not meeting at all may independently or individually know their risk level. Assess yourself and go get tested, and based on your results, if you need drugs, medication for ART, you get it. If you need prevention, you get it. We have options available for you that suits you most. So those are my comments on how we can, of course, improve our health indices and look at your NCDs and other communicable diseases together and live fine.
Indeed, HIV is no longer a death sentence, but the fight is not over. Know your status, protect yourself, avoid stigmatization, and support those living with HIV. Remember, HIV does not show on one's face. Do not forget to take responsibility for your health. Join us again next week. I am Uche Ugochukwu. Bye.
This is the network service of the NTA.
On the 29th of April 2026, the House of Representatives passed 2 Electoral Act amendment bills. One of them seeks to amend the jurisdiction for pre-election matters, while the other seeks to include electronics mode in serving of election.
Hassan Kaikuka Kaikaku Jadua, who is representing Bide Jakusko Federal Constituency of Yobe. Notice of defection from the People's Democratic Party to All Progressive Congress. I write to formally inform you of my decision to resign from the People's Democratic Party and to defect to All Progressive Congress with immediate effect. Furthermore, this decision stems from extensive consultation with my constituents, political allies, and family members following a thorough assessment of the current political landscape. The ongoing internal crisis and divisions within the PDP, which remain unresolved, have made it increasingly difficult to serve the aspirations of my people under its platform effectively. In light of the above, I'm convinced that joining the APC will provide a stronger and more effective platform to promote the interests of my constituency and Yobe State as a whole. Please accept this letter as my formal notice of defection in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999 as amended. Kindly accept my highest regard and assurance of Honorable Hassan Jagdua. We have another notification of defection coming from Honorable Bello Issa Ambarura. He is moving from All Progressive Congress to the African Democratic Congress, ADC. I write to formally notify you of my honorable, respected colleague, colleagues of my defection from APC to ADC. My decision on this was done under wide and careful consultation with my constituents. My decision on this was informed by the circumstances beyond my control within the APC, hence it compelled me to defect respectively. In this respect, therefore, I wish to express my profound appreciation to the Right Honourable Speaker, leadership, and entire members of the APC for the opportunity accorded to me. Furthermore, I wish to reiterate that I will remain fully committed to the legislative agenda of the 10th Assembly, to the service of my constituency as well as the Federal Republic of Nigeria as I embark on this new political journey. We will miss you in our party. I hope you will come back.
Mr. Speaker, I rose on this floor some weeks ago to bring a matter of urgent public importance. On this same subject matter, which I'm again presenting today, this is due to the recent reoccurrence of the insurgents' attacks in my constituency. Last week, Mr. Speaker, let me come under 8 Rule 5, to enable me present this matter of urgent public importance. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion as being moved by my colleague, Honorable Abaka. I so second. Thank you.
Part of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Second leg, yes.
I rise this morning to second the second leg of the motion as ably moved by my colleague. I so second.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The floor is yours. Make it brief, please.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, my heart bleeds. I brought this type of motion some weeks ago, and I'm here today again on the same incident that has happened. Mr. Speaker, on 21st April 2026, armed insurgents carried out an unprovoked attack on my lady, where 9 innocent lives were brutally short-lived, sustained various degrees of injuries. Mr. Speaker, as we are still mourning the departed souls of the Mayo Lady tragedy, they struck again. That was on the 26th of April, just a few days ago. Suspected Boko Haram, ISWAP insurgents again launched another brutal assault on Sabongari, Telabala, and Gweku villages. 29 innocent souls were murdered again. The unfortunate and inhuman of these things occurred in the evening, in broad daylight, Mr. Speaker. These coordinated attacks have thrown the entire Gombe Home Federal Constituency into mourning, fear, displacement. Our people can no longer sleep with their eyes closed. Farms are abandoned, schools are deserted, economic activities have been crippled. Mr. Speaker, this is the third time I'm presenting motions of urgent public importance on this same issue with no immediate action by the government. This is unfortunate because we even report the movement of these people to the security and nothing happens until these mayhems are done. Mr. Speaker, in view of the foregoing, I urge this Honorable House to please, I repeat, I urge this Honorable House to please observe a minute silence in honor of the 38 souls that were lost within the past 2 weeks. Mandate the Committee on Army, Defense, National Security, Intelligence, take steps immediately to arrest this situation, Mr. Speaker, because this is so sad. It's too much for us. Our people are bleeding. Call on the Ministry of the Humanitarian Affairs and Northeast Development Commission to urgently provide psychosocial support and rebuild destroyed homes at Mayolaji, Sabongaritela, and Gwetu communities. These communities are heavily devastated. They don't have even a single house standing. We buried more than 30 corpses in the last week. Mr. Speaker, this is so sad, and our people are losing confidence in government. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the primary purpose of government is to protect lives and property. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
I rise to second the motion moved by my honorable colleagues from Adamawa. I so second.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to Committee on Army, Defense, National Security, NEMA, Northeast Development Commission. Shall we rise for 1 minute silence, please, as requested by the motion? May the soul of the departed rest in perfect peace. Honorable colleagues, the first business of the day is the presentation of 3 bills, and I invite the clerks to read the short title.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026, first reading. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 Alteration Bill 2026, first reading. Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026, first reading.
Thank you, Clerk. The second business of the day is presentation of reports of the Committee on Communication on the issue from the Statutory Revenue Fund of the Nigerian Communications Commission, a total sum of 479,580,260,000 naira only, out of which 124,440,652,000 naira only is for recurrent expenditure. 26,779,045,000 naira only is for capital expenditure. 32,011,493,000 naira only is for special projects, while the sum of 20 billion naira only is for transfer of Universal Service Provision Fund. 276,277,071,000 naira only is for transfer to federal government for the financial year ending 31st December 2026. This is standing in the name of Honorable Peter Patterson. Honorable Patterson is invited to present the report.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present the report of the Committee on Communication, the Nigeria Communications Commission, NCC, for the year 2026 budget. I so.
Under to this motion. Is your deputy here?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to second the motion, motion of the report moved by my leader, the chairman on Committee on Communication. I so second.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. You may now lay your report. Qualitative structured education and artificial intelligence, technology and for related matters is standing in the name of Honorable Julius Ihomvera. Honorable members will recall that the bill was adopted, that the House has adopted the report of this committee of the whole on Tuesday, 28 April. The second order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to establish Nigerian Army Institute of Environmental Science and Technology. Honorable members will recall that the House adopted a report from the Committee of the Whole yesterday, Tuesday, 28. It is one of the bills that the Honorable Leader of the House will move for to be read the third time. The third order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Number of Judges Act, Cap H6, Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, to provide for an increase in the number of judges in the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, and for related matters. Signed in the name of Honorable Julius Ihomvera again. Honorable members, you are aware that yesterday, 28th of April, the House adopted a report from the Committee of the Whole. Functions and Administration of Legislative Security Directorates in the National Assembly provide for the qualification and conditions of service of the Sergeant at Arms and other personnel of the Directorate and for related matters. Also standing in the name of Honorable Professor Julius Ihomvera, House Leader. Honorable members, you will recall that this House adopted a report of the Committee of the Whole on this bill yesterday, the 28th of April 2026. Therefore, invite finally the Professor of Professors, the Leader of the House, to move that these four bills be all read the third time. Prof.
Mr. Speaker, my very dear colleagues, I rise to move that the following bills, HB 377, HB 376, HB 1635, and HB 1632 be read a third time. I so move. Thank you for the opportunity.
I rise to second the motions moved by the House Leader. I hereby second.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk, please read the long titles of these bills.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to amend the Federal Polytechnic Act and establish Federal Polytechnic of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Technology, Alaide, Benue State, to provide qualitative and structured education in artificial intelligence technology and for related matters, third reading. A bill for an act to establish Nigerian Army Institute of Environmental Science and Technology, formerly known as Nigerian Army Institute of Technology and Environmental Studies, and for related matters, third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Higher Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Number of Judges Act, CAF H6, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, to provide for an increase in the number of judges in the Higher Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, and for related matters. Third reading. A bill for an act provide for establishment, function, and administration of the Legislative Security Directorate in the National Assembly, provide for the qualification and condition of service of the Sergeant at Arms and other personnel of the Directorate, and for related matters. Third reading.
Thank you, Clerk. Bill for an act to amend the Federal Polytechnics Act and establish Federal Polytechnics of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Technology, Aliyah de Benue State, to provide qualitative and structured education in artificial intelligence, technology, and for related matters. HB 377, read the third time and pass. Bill for an act to establish Nigerian Army Institute of Environmental Science and Technology, formerly known as Nigerian Army Institute of Technology and Environmental Studies. For related matters, HB 376, read third time and pass. Bill for an act to provide for establishment, function, and administration, Legislative Security Directorate in the National Assembly, provide for the qualification and condition of service of the Sergeant at Arms and other personnel of the Directorate, and for related matters, read third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Number of Judges Act, Cap H6, Laws of Federation of Nigeria, 2004, to provide for an increase in the number of judges in the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, and for related matters, HB 1635, read third time and pass. Honorable colleagues, the fifth order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to establish the National Defense College of Nigeria to serve as a high-level center for the professional military education of senior officers and selected civilians from MDAs, including participants from the armed forces of allied countries within and outside Africa, serve as a center for strategic research and studies, as well as a postgraduate degree awarding institution, and for related matters. Starting in the names of Honorable Abbas Tajuddin and Honorable Babajimi Benson. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Wednesday, 11 March 2026. I've been told Honorable Maki will be taking care of these bills. So I now invite Honorable Maki to...
Mr. Speaker, I rise to stand to lead the debate for Act to establish National Defense College 2026 and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, the lead debate on a bill for an act to establish National Defense College, Nigeria, to serve as a high-level center for the professional military education of senior officers and selected civilians from ministries, departments, and agencies, include parastatals from allied countries, to serve as a center for strategic research and studies, as well as a postgraduate degree awarding institution and for related.
That motion to bring out the resolution of this House that would follow to the letter. We can't have Nigerians where we have contributed to the liberation to be killed on the streets, even naked, in the light of it. In the light of it, Mr. Speaker, I want this committee that have been set up, headed by Prof, to ensure that in the next 48 hours, something in collaboration with the Foreign Affairs Committee is done to restore the dignity of Nigeria. We owe South Africa all us obligation to ensure that Nigerians are respected. And we don't have any other place to do it. And this is the House, which is the People's House, are meant to take it seriously and ensure this is addressed appropriately. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Jesse. Honorable members, the first business of the day is presentation of report of the Committee on Federal Capital Territory and Federal Capital Territory Area Councils and ancillary matters on a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Federal Capital Territory Administration Statutory Revenue Fund of the Federal Capital Territory Administration account the total sum of 2,285,098,676,153 naira only, of which the sum of 165,775,220,839 naira only is for personnel cost, and the sum of 378,231,411,697 naira only is for overhead cost, while the balance of 1,741,092,043,617 naira only is for capital projects for the service of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, for the financial year commencing 1st January and ending 31st December 2026, and for related matters. Standing in the name of Honorable Mukhtar Aliu Betara. Honorable members will recall that the bill was referred to the committee on Thursday, 12 March 2026. Now ready for presentation, and Honorable Betara is invited to present the report.
Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Mukhtar Betara Aliu. I represent the good people of Biu, Bio, Ecosocial. Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, that this House do receive report of committees on Federal Capital Territory and Federal and auxiliary matters on bill for an act to authorize the issue of the Federal Capital Territory Administration Statutory Revenue Fund of the Federal Capital Territory Administration account, sum of 2 trillion. $1,153 naira only, of which the sum of 165,775,220,839 naira only is for personnel costs, and the sum of 378,411,697 naira only is for overhead costs, while the balance of 1,741,092,043,617 naira only is for capital projects for the service of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, for the financial year 1st January ending December 2026. As well, Mr. Speaker.
Is the Deputy Chairman of the committee around, please? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Honorable Emeka Chinedu Martins. I represent the people of Ahia Zumbise City Federal Constituency. I hereby rise to second the motion that the House do receive the report of the Committee of the Federal Capital Territory and the Federal Capital Territory Area Council. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. There is have it. Honorable Betara, please proceed and lay the report. The second business of the day is presentation of report of the Committee on Niger Delta Development Commission on issue from the statutory allocation. $750,923,400,137 naira only, out of which the sum of 47,567,421,121 naira only is for personnel expenditure, while the sum of 49,929,253,117 naira only is for overhead expenditure, while the sum of 22,357,552,1 302 naira only is for internal capital expenditure, while the sum of 1,631,069,173,597 naira only is for development projects for the financial year ending 31st December 2026. Standing in the name of Honorable Itake Ibori Suenu, to present the report. I was made to understand that the Deputy Chairman of the committee, Honorable Jafar Leko, will present the report on behalf of the Chair. So, Honorable Jafar, over to you.
We are now live on the floor of the House of Representatives for today's plenary, today, Thursday, the 7th of May, 2026. I am Ignatius Unko.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, dear respected colleagues. My name is Honorable Jafar Leko, and I represent the very good people of Bogoro, Dastafa, Balia, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I'm from Bauchi State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the House do receive the report of the Committee on Niger Delta Development Commission on issues from the statutory allocation of Niger Delta Development Commission, totaling 1,750,923,400,137 naira only. Personal expenditure of 47,567,421,121 naira. Overhead expenditure of 49,929,253,117 naira. Internal of 22,357,552,302 naira. Development project of 1,631,069,173 naira 597 naira only. Total expenditure of 1,750,922,400,173 naira only. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleague, I so move. Thank you.
Any member of the committee around? Yes, Honorable Miga.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm Honorable Said Yusuf Miga. I represent Jawun Miga Federal Constituency. I'm from Jigawa State. I hereby second the motion ably moved by the Deputy Chairman of NDDC. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Leko, please proceed and lay the report. The third business of the day is presentation of several reports of the Committee on Solid Minerals, standing in the name of Honorable Gaza Jonathan. Present the reports.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Gaza Jonathan Befi, member representing Karu, Kefi, Kokona Federal Constituency of Nasarawa State.
Honorable Boya, to come and sit here on the front row. You are not going anywhere. You have been promoted to the first row.
A proud horse rider on the platform of the Social Democratic Party. I stand to move a motion to lay the reports for the following. I pray to move that the House do receive the report for the Committee on Solid Minerals on the following bills. Mr. Speaker, if you do not mind, I'll just consolidate all the bills into one. A bill for an act to establish the Federal Institute of Mining and Geosciences in number 1, Garaku, Kokona Local Government of Nasarawa State. 2, which is HB 2110. Number 2, to establish the Federal Mining Institute of Mining and Geosciences in Akankpa, I beg your pardon, Cross River State of Nigeria with HB 2363. Number 4, to establish the same institute in Takum of Taraba State with HB 2361. Number 4, to establish the same institution in Gusau of Zamfara State with HB 2362. Number 5, to establish the same institution in Ekiti Ikoro of Ekiti State with HB number 2364. And last but not the least, to establish the same institution in Umuahia of Abia State with HB number 1659. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is the Deputy Chairman of the committee around, please? Any member of the committee? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members. My name is Kwamoti Bitrus Lauri. I speak for the people of Jamsandum and Lamode Federal Constituency. I stand to second as moved by Honorable Gaza Gwefi. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is have it. Honorable Gaza, please proceed and lay the report. Honorable colleagues, the first order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the Electoral Act 2026 to provide for the jurisdiction for pre-election matters and for related matters, standing in the name of Honorable Julius Xenophobia, the House Leader. Honorable members will recall that the House adopted the report of the Committee of the Whole on the bill on Wednesday, 29th April 2026. I now invite the House Leader to move that the bill be read a third time. The acting House Leader will move for the third reading of the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My fellow...
Honorable Wale, I think it is a rare privilege, right?
It is, Mr. Speaker.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, my fellow colleagues. Oluwole Oke, Obokun Oriade, Federal Constituency, Osun State. Mr. Speaker, I seek the leave of the House to take the entire bills together simultaneously so that we could save the time, the legislative time of this House to look into other matters. Mr. Speaker, a bill for an act to amend the Electoral Act 2026 to provide for the jurisdiction.
The acting House Leader, my attention has just been drawn to the fact that there are other bills for third reading, so maybe you should just sit down and read all, and then you can take them together. You understand? Yeah. Thank you. So, honorable colleagues, the second order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the Electoral Act 2026 to provide for flexible, reliable, and technology-driven modes for service of election, petition processes, and for related matters, standing in the name of the House Leader. Honorable members will recall that the House adopted the report of the Committee of the Whole on the bill on Wednesday, 29 April 2026. I therefore call on the House Leader to move that the bill be read the third time. Honorable colleagues, the third order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to repeal the Nigerian Police Trust Fund Establishment Act No. 6, 2019, and enact the Nigerian Police Trust Fund Establishment Act 2026 to provide funds for training, security equipment, machinery, and improve the general welfare of the Nigerian police force to ensure accountability and effective service delivery and for related matters, standing in the name of the House Leader. Honorable members will recall that the House adopted the report of the Committee of the Whole on the bill on Wednesday, 6 May 2026. I therefore call on the House Leader to move that the bill be read the third time. Honorable colleagues, the fourth order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to establish Chartered Institute of Training and Development of Nigeria to promote and determine standards of knowledge and skills for persons engaged in training and capacity development services in Nigeria and for related matters, standing in the name of the House Leader. Honorable members will recall that the House adopted the report of the Committee of the Whole on the bill on Wednesday, 6 May 2026. I therefore call on the House Leader to move that the bill be read the third time. Honorable colleagues, the fifth order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the Federal Road Safety Commission Act 2007 to empower the Nigeria Road Safety Commission with the responsibility for road traffic administration and safety management, preventing and minimizing road traffic crashes on public roads, supervision of users of such public roads, regulation of traffic thereon, and clearing of obstruction on any part of public roads, and educating drivers, motorists, and other members of the public on the proper use of public roads and matters related to safety on the public roads and for related matters. Honorable members will recall that the House adopted the report of the Committee of the Whole on the bill on Wednesday, 6 May 2026. I therefore call on the House Leader to move that the bill be read a third time. Honorable colleagues, the sixth order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the compulsory, free, and universal basic education and for other related matters. Honorable members will recall that the House adopted the report of the Committee of the Whole on the bill on Wednesday, 6 May 2026. I therefore call on the House Leader to move that the bill be read the third time. So the acting House Leader, okay, we still have another one. The seventh order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act, Cap A12, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, to make provisions for establishment of National Institute of Agricultural Research and Entrepreneurship, or ODEWA, Ogun State, and for related matters. Honorable members recall that the House adopted the report of the Committee of the Whole on the bill on Wednesday, 6 May 2026. I therefore call on the House Leader to move that the bill be read.
Order, please.
Honorable colleagues, the eighth order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act, Cap A12, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, to make provision for the establishment of Federal College of Agriculture, Ohurnibe, Edo State, to provide full-time courses, teaching and training in agriculture, agricultural technology, and carry out its due administration and management and for related matters. Honorable members will recall that the House adopted the report of the Committee of the Whole on the bill on Wednesday, 6 May 2026. I therefore call on the House Leader to move that the bill be read the third time. Honorable colleagues, the ninth order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act Cap A12, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, to make provision for establishment of Federal College of Agriculture and Vocational Studies, Ogbia Town, Ogbia Local Government Area, Bayelsa State, to provide for research, teaching, instruction, and training on agriculture and vocational studies and for related matters. Honorable members will recall that the House adopted a report of the Committee of the Whole on the bill on Wednesday, 6 May 2026. I therefore call on the House Leader to move that the bill be read the third time. So the acting House Leader, you have 9 bills for third reading. You can just take their House HB numbers, okay, sir, rather than repeating what I have said.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for laying the foundation. Mr. Speaker, my fellow colleagues, I move, and I so move, that bill number HB 2760, bill number HB 2761, bill number HB 2755, bill number HB 1550, bill number HB 1604 and 1401, bill number HB 594 and 1662, bill number HB 1252, bill number HB 1864, bill number HB 1192 be read simultaneously for the third reading. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The acting minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name remains Honorable George Ibezimako Ozodinobi. I represent the good people of Njikoka and Ochadunukofia Federal Constituency. I'm from Anambra State. I arise to second the motion moved by the acting leader that the following bills, numbers HB 270, number HB 2761, number HB 2755, number HB 1550, numbers HB 1604 and 1401, and HB 594 and 1662, and HB 1252 and HB 1864 and HB 1192. There is last, he didn't mention HB 1696. Oh, this is a second reading. That the bills should be read the second time. The third time, I so second. Larry.
Honorable colleagues, those in support of these 9 bills being read the third time, say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to amend Electoral Act 2026 to provide for the jurisdiction of pre-election matters and for related matters, third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Electoral Act 2026 to provide for the flexible, reliable, and technology-driven mode for service of election petition process and for related matters, third reading. a bill for an act to repeal the Nigeria Police Trust Fund Establishment Act number 6, 2019, and enact the Nigeria Police Trust Fund Establishment Act 2026 to provide funds for training, security equipment, machinery, and improve the general welfare of the Nigerian Police Force, effective service delivery, and for related matters.
Honorable Shettima, please can you sit down?
A bill
you
for
are intimidating your
Chartered Institute of Training and Development of Nigerians.
And be stepping, please,
to promote
a little bit far away.
To promote and determine standard of knowledge
too good.
and skills for persons engaged in training and capacity development services in Nigeria and for related matters.
Order, please. Distinguished honorable colleagues, please. Let's be seated, please.
To empower the Nigerian Road Safety Commission with the responsibility for road traffic administration and safety management, preventing and minimizing road traffic crashes.
Right, Honorable Hussein, right, please, sir, let's be seated, please, sir.
Regulation of traffic thereon, and the clearing of obstruction on any part of public roads, and educating drivers, motorists, and members of public on the proper use of public roads and matters related to safety.
Honorable Mansour, please.
Public roads and related matters.
Please, let's be seated.
A bill for an act to amend compulsory free universal basic education and for other related matters. Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act, CAF A12, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, to make provision for establishment of national institute.
Somebody is suggesting that we suspend everything until we come back.
Honorable Agada, please be seated. Honorable Agada.
A bill for an act to amend Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act, CAF A12, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, as amended, to make provision for the establishment of Federal College of Agriculture, Ohinibe, Edo State, and to provide technology and training in agriculture, agricultural technology, and carry out its due administration and management, and for related matters. Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Agricultural
Honorable Chief Executive, Honorable Executive,
A12, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria.
Order, please. Order.
Federation of Nigeria, 2004, as
Dr.
amended,
Midala,
to make provision for the establishment of Federal College of Agriculture and Vocational Studies, Obia Town, Obia Local Government, Area, Bayelsa State, to provide for research, teaching, instructions, and training on agriculture and vocational studies and for related matters. Third reading.
All 9 bills read the third time and passed. The 10th order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to establish Federal College of Entrepreneurship and Skill Development, Gombe, Adamawa State, and for related matters. Standing in the name of Honorable James Shoaibu Barka. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Wednesday, 5th March 2025. And I invite Honorable Barka to move that the bill be read a second time.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I move a motion that the bill for an act to establish the Federal College of Entrepreneurship and Skills Development, Gombe, in Adamawa State, and for the related matters, HB 1966, read the second time. I so move.
Honorable Zaks.
Thank you, Your Excellency, distinguished colleagues. I am Doda Zakaria Nyampa, member representing the people of Madagali, Michika Federal Constituency. I rise to second the motion ably moved by my colleague. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is have it. Honorable colleague, this is an establishment bill. We don't need to debate on it. At the level of public hearing all the nitty-gritty of the bill will be comprehensively addressed. So with the kind permission, I will put the question. Those in support of this bill be read for the second time, say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Right, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members, a bill for an act to establish Federal College of Entrepreneurship and Skill Development, Gombe, Adamawa State, and for related matters, second reading.
This bill is referred to the Committee on Alternative Education for further legislative action. The 11th order of the day is a motion on the need to investigate debt owed to the federal government of Nigeria by state and non-state actors, agencies, and parastatals within and outside Nigeria, standing in the name of Honorable Salisu Majigiri Yusuf and 5 other honorable members. Honorable Majigiri is invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Salisu Yusuf Majigiri, representing Mashidu Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Katsina State. I rise to move a motion on behalf of my co-sponsors on the need to investigate the debt owed to the federal government of Nigeria by state and non-state actors, agencies, and parastatals within and outside Nigeria. The House recalled that as at 30th September 2025, Nigeria's total public debt surged to 155 trillion 29 billion naira, driven by increased domestic borrowing and currency depreciation. The debt portfolio composed of over 53% domestic debt and roughly 47% external, with debt servicing consuming a significant 47.85% of government revenue in the past 9 months of 2025. House note that the first COVID-19, most countries around the world, including Nigeria, had recourse to borrow and deploy other monetary policies tools to deal with economic challenges. For example, quantitative easing, amongst others. Some of these tools have been effectively and pragmatically deployed by the current administration. A notable effect is the stable and strong position of the Naira over the last 15 months. Aware that while the federal government has been diligent in servicing its debt, less attention has been placed on debt recovery as tool for show-off of the revenue profile of the federal government of Nigeria.
Honorable Zanna, Honorable Shettima, Honorable Ibrahim
is owed huge sums of money within and outside the country, including judgment debts.
Order.
These sums are held by state and non-state actors, ministries, departments, and agencies of government. Further aware of the establishment of the presidential initiative on continuous audit,
please can you sit down?
In 2015, to set up systems and frameworks to oversee finance and spending of federal government revenue aimed at achieving improved efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability. Worried that failure to recover the debt will worsen the government's revenue challenges and encourage continued retention of the funds, negatively impacting the economy. Prayer, the House resolved to set up an ad hoc committee to investigate the alleged debt owed to the federal government of Nigeria by state and non-state actors, agencies, and parastatals within and outside Nigeria, and report within 4 weeks for further legislative action. I so move, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Any seconder? Honorable Shettima.
Yes,
Honorable Rais.
Honorable colleagues,
Borno group.
Shettima,
This Borno group, I think I need to really break that group.
From Yobe State. I rise.
No, this one is the local Shettima.
I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Majigiri. I so second, sir. Brett, very soon.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is have it. This motion is referred to the committee, to an ad hoc committee to be constituted in due course. Thank you. The 12th order of the day is a motion on rising cost of building materials in Nigeria, standing in the name of Honorable Oboku Oforji. Honorable Oforji is invited to move the motion. Is Honorable Oforji on the floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please go ahead.
With profound humility, Mr. Speaker, my revered colleagues, Oforji Abonsis Woboku is my name, representing Yenegwa Kolokmo Pokuma Federal Constituency. I'm from Bayelsa State. Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to move a motion on the rising cost of building material in Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Mr. Speaker,
you have to read it. You don't need anyone to second, please. Go ahead, read your motion.
We deliver, Mr. Speaker. I take the motion. The House note that...
Honorable Zechi, please resolve that local council.
Mascot, please, High Chief, can you find your seats, please? Let's be orderly, please, I beg you.
The House note that Nigeria possesses abundant local raw material, such as limestone,
we'll ask him to go. So we'll do the FCT
and timber used in the production of building materials.
Reading or the committee.
The House also notes that construction.
We'll do the construction of the FCT budget without you. I know what it means. So anyone who wants to be part of it should please be attentive. Honorable Betera, I must speak your mind. Thank you.
The House notes that Nigeria possesses abundant local raw materials such as limestone, sand, granite, and timber used in the production of building material. The House also notes that construction sector is a major driver of economic growth, with the industry valued at over 25.7 trillion in 2025 and projected to grow steadily in the coming years. The House is concerned that the price of 50 kg bags of cement has risen sharply from above 7,500 in the late 2025 to between 11,500 and 12,100 in 2026, representing an increase of approximately 50 to 60% within the short period of time. As further concerned that within the same period, steel prices have increased by 20%, chap sand price by about 25%. Other materials such as granite and timber have also recorded significant increases. There's alarm that over a longer period, the price of cement in Nigeria have increased by more than 300% since 2019.
Honorable Kawoji, can you find your seat, please?
Above about 2,400 and 3,000 to as high as 11,500 and 12,000 per bag. Nigeria is worried that the housing deficit have grown approximately 28 million units, and the rising cost of building material is worsening access to affording housing. The House is disturbed that despite local sourcing of key raw material, Nigeria continues to face disproportionately high construction costs, suggesting inefficiency, market distortion, or possible exploration within the value chain, that this trend is exacerbating the housing deficit and placing additional economic pressure on citizens, particularly the low and middle income earners. The House is further worried that these increases are leading to abandonment of construction projects, escalation of rent and property prices, increased cost of government infrastructure projects, loss of jobs across the construction value chain. Mr. Speaker, the House resolved urge the federal government to investigate the factor responsible for the continuous rise in the building material price despite local raw material availability. 2, constitute another committee to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the pricing structure of building material and report back within 4 weeks for further legislative action. Mr. Speaker, my referred colleagues, I so move.
Architect Mustafa, please. You are distracting the speaker.
Honorable Nzechi.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. Nnamdi Nzechi is my name, and I represent Ndokwa Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Delta State. I rise here to second this very important motion as moved by Honorable Foji. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Just a minute. Those in support of this motion should say aye. Aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to an ad hoc committee to be constituted in due course. Honorable colleagues, the third is consideration of report of Federal Capital Territory Area Council and ancillary matters issued from the Federal Statutory Revenue Capital Territory Administration account, the total sum of 2,285,976,153 naira only, of which the sum of 165,775,220,839 naira only is for cost. 378,230,400 is for overhead costs, while the balance of 1,741,092,043,617 naira only is for capital projects for the service of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, for the financial year commencing 1st January and ending 31st December 2026, and for related matters. Honorable members will recall that the report was laid on Thursday, 7th May 2026. Honorable Mukhtar Ali Betera will move for its consideration. Honorable Betera.
Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Mukhtar Betera Liu. I represent the good people of Biu, Bayo, Kwayakusarshani. I'm from Borno State. Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, you may recall that in line with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, the 2026 FCT Statutory Appropriation Bill was read the first time on the 10th March 2026. The House concluded the debate on the bill for the second reading on Thursday, 12 March 2026. The bill was referred to the Committee of the Federal Capital Territory and the Area Council and auxiliary matters. In accordance with Section 62 80, 88, 89, and 299 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, the Senate and the House of Representative Committee met with the Honorable Minister and other relevant officials of the FCT and deliberated on the subject matter and agreed to handle the exercise. In view, the committee has recommended the sum of 2,285,98,676,153 naira only for FCT's statutory budget for 2026 from the projected revenue of the same amount of 2,285,676,153 naira only, of which the sum of 165,673,220,830 naira only is for personnel costs, and the sum of 378,239,411,697 naira only is for overhead costs, while the sum of 1,741,243,670 naira only is for capital project for the service year of the Federal Capital Territory 1st January to 31st December 2026. Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, in considering the budget, the time of excellence, the two committees, both Senate and House of Representatives, work together and harmonize the version of the report. On behalf of the committee, I hereby present the recommendation. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy Chairman, can you second, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Honorable Emeka Chinedu. I represent the people of Ahias and Businesses, the Federal Constituency. I hereby second the motion ably moved by my chairman that the House do consider the report of the Federal Capital Territory Committee and the Federal Capital Territory Area Council. I so second.
Is for personnel expenditure, while the sum of 49,929,253,117 naira only is for overhead expenditure, while the sum of 22,357,552,302 naira only is for internal capital expenditure, while the sum of 1,631,173,597 naira only is for development projects for the financial year ending 31st December 2026. Honorable members will recall that the report was laid on Thursday, 7th May 2026. Honorable Jafaru will move for its consideration.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Dear respected colleagues, my name is Honorable Jafaru Leko, and I represent the very good people of Pogo Rodas and Tafa Balea. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm from Bauchi State. I rise to move that the House do consider the report on Committee on NDDC on 2025 statutory budget of Niger Delta Development Commission. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, it will be recalled that the President and Commander-in-Chief of Nigerian Army Forces of Federal Republic of Nigeria, through a communication to the House, presented a budget proposal of 1,923,923,400,113 naira 15 kobo only for Niger Delta Development Commission for the fiscal year 2025. The committee sat and make the following observations. That thus the development aspect of the budget covers areas like education, health, youth empowerment, energy and power supply, industrial and enterprise development, security, sport infrastructure, agriculture, fisheries. It is also observed a significant rollover of 2024 budget, which took cognizance of the 2025 to 2026 economic recovery growth plan of the federal government of Nigeria. In addition, the budget proposal seeks to ensure the completion of ongoing projects that will guarantee sustainability, development, economic prosperity, and improve livelihood of the people of the region. Recommendations. The committee sat and made the following recommendation. In view of the foregoing, the committee recommends that the revenue profile of the Commission for the year 2025 is as follows. A, revenue brought forward of 109,477,781,733 naira 42 kobo. Federal government contributions of 776 billion 533,334,370 naira only. Areas owned by federal government and recoveries by federal government agencies stood at 53 billion 679 million 481,049 naira 79 kobo. Oil companies' contribution and orders stood at 752 billion 873 million 840,884 naira only. Ecological fund of 50 billion naira only. Other internal realized income of 8 billion 358 million 962,099 naira 58 kobo only. The committee consider the personal cost increase in the overhead and internal capital estimate, as well as adjustment in revenue profile of the Commission, and subsequently recommend the following as the expenditure profile. A, personal expenditure stood at 47 billion 567 million 421 naira only. Overhead stood at 49 billion 929 million 253,117 naira only. Internal capital expenditure of 22 billion 357 million 552,302 naira only. Well, development projects to 631 million 69,173 naira and 5
Order, please.
Total expenditure of 1,750 billion 923 million 401 naira only. The House Committee resolved that the lifespan of the budget of 2025 statutory budget of NDDC is for one fiscal year and accordingly should elapse on 31st December 2026. Prayers. The committee prayers is as follows. Do consider and approve the 2025 statutory budget proposal of
the Chief Whip, please can you move for the House to resolve into the Committee of Supply to consider the reports?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My respected colleague Usman Bello Kumo, member representing Aku Federal Constituency, I do move that this House resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I so move.
The minority leader, please, can you second?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this compliment today. I'll claim it. I rise to second that this House resolve to Committee of Supply.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Yeah. Those against should say nay. That is it. House has resolved to the Committee of the Whole. Honorable colleagues, Honorable Kawaji, I have made an announcement earlier. No more allocation in FCT until 2027. Please stop disturbing Honorable Mukhtar Betera. You will not get anything by distracting him. Please. Honorable colleagues, the first report to be considered is the report of the Committees on Federal Capital Territory and Federal Capital Territory Area Council and Ancillary Matters on a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Federal Capital Territory Administration's Statutory Revenue Fund of the Federal Capital Territory Administration account. The total sum of 2,285,098,676,153 naira only, of which the sum of 165,775,220,839 naira only is for personnel cost, and the sum of 378,231,411,697 naira only is for overhead cost, while the balance of 1,741,992,043,617 naira only is for capital projects for the service of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, for the financial year commencing on the 1st January and ending 31st December 2026, and for related matters. HB 2729. Honorable colleagues, this report is comprised of 7 clauses, schedule and explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill. And I'm sure you must have gone through the figures, each one after the other, so we just go close by close. With your kind permission, we start close 1, carry. Close 2, carry. Close 3, close 4, close 5, close 6, close 7, the schedule, explanatory memorandum and long title of the bill, Honorable Mukhtar Betera. Are we carrying him too? Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable colleagues, the second report to be considered is the report of the Committee on Niger Delta Development Commission on the issue from the statutory allocation of the Niger Delta Development Commission, the total sum of 1,750,937 naira only, out of which the sum of 47,567,421,121 naira only is for personnel expenditure, while the sum of 49,929,253,117 naira only is for overhead expenditure, while the sum of 22,357,552,302 naira only is for internal capital expenditure, while the sum of 1,631,069,173,597 naira only is for development project for the financial year ending 31st December 2026. This report, honorable colleagues, comprises of 3 parts. Part A and Part B, which contains 60 recommendations, while Part C contains 10 recommendations. So with your kind permission, we take them one after the other. Part A and B, recommendation 1, carried. Recommendation 2, carried. Recommendation 3, recommendation 5 to 10, carried.
Well, this is your round of today's live broadcast of Senate Plenary, of House of Representatives Plenary, I beg your pardon. Well, at the moment, the House has read for a 3rd time some critical bills, like the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, which it had considered and approved last week, and the Nigerian Police Trust Fund, which was also considered and approved yesterday. Those bills have now been read a 3rd time. At this point in time, we'll now hand you over to our studios to continue with our scheduled programs for the day. I am Ignatius Nkwo.
55 carried. Recommendation 55 to 60 carried.
The real opportunity for success lies within the person and not in the job. So says an American author, Zig Ziglar. This therefore implies that developing skills either for day-to-day living or entrepreneurial skills is crucial for the overall well-being of individuals. With Nigeria's high rate of unemployment and tertiary institutions turning out graduates year in, year out, there are no white-collar jobs for this population of youth. Economic watchstayers say the way out of this precarious situation is entrepreneurship. This will be the focus of discourse on this episode of Frontiers. My name is Rama Pani. Our guest is Winston Ekwetu, an entrepreneur and management consultant. Glad to have you join us on the program.
Thank you very much, Firma, for having me.
All right. The program continues in a moment. Please stay tuned.
John Oko, a serving corps member, is an industrial physicist turned entrepreneur. And as a graduate of industrial physics from Joseph Sawankanta University, Makudi, his goal is to impart skills in solar installations, which he learned at NYC camp, to more youths in technology.
Because I already had the knowledge from electrical installation, so I just needed a kind of little showing of, and I'm somebody that can grab something very fast.
Today, skills play an important role in Nigeria, but going by statistics, there is a rise in unemployment rate in the country. This surge puts unemployment rate in Nigeria at 5.0% in the third quarter of 2023, from 4.2% in the previous quarter. While startups remain a lifeline for millions of youths who graduate but cannot find jobs, finding support from different hubs serves as a bridge between burdened entrepreneurs and mentorship. And this is why government at all levels are encouraging skills acquisition for peace and development, in line with government's key priority areas that creates solutions, support, and encourage talents and ideas that are sustainable for experts, with government scaling up interventions for youths through the establishment of youth enterprise clusters, restructured Youth Investment Fund, and Nigerian Youth Academy. There's a sure light at the end of the tunnel, with millions of youths in Nigeria becoming self-reliant and employers of labor with marketable skills for export.
Once more, thank you for joining us on the program Frontiers. Now let's get straight into the business of the day. You are an entrepreneur, like you're a businessman yourself. What are the key elements needed to develop a successful business plan?
So I think I'll start off by saying something, a quote I stumbled upon once upon a time. And it says that a business plan, or a plan in general, is nothing. But planning is everything. So what that means is that the document that you get at the end of that exercise of planning is not as important as the process of developing the plan. So when we talk about the elements, one of it is the data. And with data, you're not talking about just the information out there. You're looking at the quality of the information. Because when you're trying to set up a business, businesses are there to serve customers. So you want to feel the pulse of the customers. You want to know what they are buying at the moment, what you could do differently, what the people who are currently supplying that market are doing, how you will distinguish yourself from those people, how you will package the product, how you will get it across. How will you manage the stakeholders, the people who will finance the project or the business, the ones who will give you the products on credit. How would you manage those relationships? How would you manage the people that will work for you, the people that will help you? When the conflicts arise between those people, how do you engage them, bring everyone to the table? How would you manage the government agencies when they come? Those are the things that are contained in the business plan. So for you to develop that document, you would have to think through the process, each of those phases, step by step. And once you have completed that thought process, you would now have that document. Now, there are people out there who are specialized, or who have specialized, and they have crafted for themselves a business around helping people develop these plans. As someone who knows how to do that, when I have someone ask me to develop a plan, the first thing I want to know is what you want to do with that document. Because if it's about having an operational manual for your business, you have to be involved. If it's been developed for you, then you need to study it and internalize it. Otherwise, it becomes a mere document that you may be unable to implement.
Tell us the essential skills, an entrepreneur needs to create wealth.
Business, you are dealing with, and people need, and I think it forms the basis for others, is communication. It forms a foundation upon which other things like negotiation, other things like conflict resolution, other skills like team building come into play. So that's one leg, the communication aspect. The other one is the leadership. If you have these two things, another aspect of communication is interpersonal communication. It's what also helps you to connect with a customer. There's a popular phrase I think it's in Harvard Business School, I heard that if you can't smile, or it's a Chinese proverb, I beg your pardon, if you can't smile, don't open a shop. So you see, smiling is also one of the very critical elements of interpersonal communication, getting to connect with people. So you require these skills. And there are a few others out there, and we could sometimes confuse skill with competence. So what we just talked about now are the skills. When you go into the competencies and the knowledge, then you look at things like financial intelligence, emotional intelligence. These now help you to manage the resources, the financial resources. And I think as we go along with the conversation, we may now be talking about the kind of resources. I'm sure there will be something there, and we can shed some light on that.
Just maybe share with us how those skills can be developed.
So for developing skills, I think one thing is practice.
Okay.
Another thing is finding people who already practice them, study them, model them, submit yourself to mentorship. Very, very critical. An example with communication and leadership skills.
Tell us how a potential entrepreneur can identify when should leverage on, strengths to create a successful business or to be successful in the business.
So for potential entrepreneurs, I think I could speak for myself. I've had 3 or 4 businesses, if I can remember correctly, in the course of my lifetime.
Wow.
Some of them are still functional. Some of them went under. But what are the things that have kept me? These things have now formed the core values of my company, Britain and Partners. And I'll mention some of them. Okay. 1, relationships. A handful of people are used to going into relationships for what they can get out of the relationship. But you see, business and entrepreneurship, it's about solving problems. And if you have set out to solve people's problems, it means your thinking is not just about what you can get, but what you can give. So how can you make life better for these individuals, or how can you make life better for people? When you find something that is of concern to people, and you're able to make life better for them in that regard, and people are willing to pay for that, that's either a service or a product. You have already started putting things together to create what will now be a business. Another thing is just focus. So you find that many people are into different things and they're neither here nor there. But when you start off on one course, pursue it with all conviction. But you be ready to change course when necessary. Have or imbibe a spirit of excellence, service excellence. So this has to do with paying attention to the very little details that people often miss. Going the extra mile to ensure that you stand out. Continuous learning. Many people don't realize how dynamic the business environment is. So it means that the knowledge you gathered 2 years ago, customer demand, consumer patterns, consumer behavior keeps changing. So you always have to adapt to the new reality. And it requires constant development of knowledge. And I will talk about one last one, which is integrity, and that is just being consistent. Your values, your actions, there should be some consistency. So these are the things or the elements, if properly developed and utilized, they will go a long way to helping someone establish a successful business that could become a wealth creation venture.
Right. Now, you mentioned something about starting some businesses, some successful, some went under. I like to believe you made some mistakes that made this business go under. Can you share some of these mistakes with us?
The first mistake was improper planning.
So common mistakes entrepreneurs make.
So the first mistake was improper planning. Okay. So I started up a business where I didn't have enough data. I mean, sometimes you just go on the internet or you just hear things. That's why I talked about the quality of information. Because you could hear, for example, this school has 200 people. But if you want to test for quality, you ask yourself, this item I want to take to this school, how many of those students can afford it? How many times will they buy that particular item in a week or in a month? Will that be enough to cover for the costs of producing that item? So these are things you do to check for the quality of the data you have, as opposed to just picking the numbers. And when you ask the average Nigerian, they can tell you, I mean, you hear things like people who are resilient are those who have sat down and projected into the future, planned ahead. So when things happen, it's no longer a surprise. They are able to respond to them and not react by closing shop.
Very interesting. With us there, take a short break. We will return in a moment.
Thank you.
This is Frontiers, and we're taking a look at developing entrepreneurial skills for wealth creation. The program continues in a moment. Welcome back. Now, let's pick up from where we dropped the conversation. What are some effective strategies for networking and building relationships that lead to wealth creation? Because you mentioned relationship as one of the skills needed.
I sat in a class once and someone said something. Everyone in the world is tuned to one radio station, WIIFM. What's in it for me? It came with a laugh, but it's true. Many people want to know their benefits. And as I mentioned earlier, so many people go into relationships with others thinking more about what they are getting from the relationship rather than what they can also contribute to that relationship. So there is a need to always have that win-win mentality and that win-win mindset. So you're going into a relationship with someone, you're asking yourself, what can I do to make this person or make the life of this person better? What can I offer this person? Sometimes it's your company. Sometimes it's a listening ear. Sometimes it's a little gift. But these are the ways. So when you go into an event, it's not just about handing out your business card and saying, hey, I want you to be my mentor.
Yeah.
But you're going there with a solution. Perhaps you've studied the person, you know what the person does, and you go there with some solution that you're preferring to that person to make that person's life easier. That person now has or sees some value in you, such that whenever you call that you're coming around, the person knows that this is not a pest coming, but this is someone that I can glean or gain something from. Some of the people up there who are the mentors of today, it may seem as though they don't need anything, but even your presence, that little care, that little message, just checking on them, finding out how they're doing, and even
share with us, please, how can an entrepreneur develop a unique value proposition, that can make the business stand out? There's a lot of competition. Make that business stand out from other competitors.
So with the human element in every organization, there are three things that has to work for us. The attitude of the human being, the skills that they possess, the knowledge that they have. Now, if as a business person or as the leader of the business, you have a positive mindset, the author of the book, Compound Effects, defined luck as beyond a function of just opportunity and preparation. It included attitude and taking a decision. So attitude has a very huge role to play in the success or failure of a business. And when you have people, you as the leader, having the right attitude, and you've been able to inculcate that into the minds of the people that work with you, it takes your business a notch higher. Attitude in itself is a function of several factors. So there is the value sets that run through the organization, starting with you as the leader. They form your belief system, the things that, and that's what shapes your attitude. And it further translates into the behavior and culture of the organization. The second is the skill. What are the skills that they possess? I have mentioned some of them. Negotiation skills, communication skills, interpersonal relationship skills, conflict resolution skills, team building skills. These will help you. So I give you an example. A business producing bottled water wants to stand out, and you're looking at quality. You know that for you to get the right filtration mechanism and all those things in place, it requires people who are highly knowledgeable to go through that, to understand the latest trends and the latest technology. And then the people with the skills required to sell the product, to handle the conflicts within the business, to ensure you have the right team. And when they are guided by good set of core values modeled by the leader and the people that has now shaped or that have shaped their attitude, you would realize that that business in itself will churn out products that are top-notch, and because of the skills and the knowledge the people possess, they would know how best to get these products into the market and stand out. Multiple streams of income. I think one of them is seeking knowledge. Seeking knowledge. Financial knowledge, to be precise. Getting to understand basic financial intelligence. It would amaze you that not many people in this part of the world, or not many people generally, understand how to live their lives on a budget. Now, I'm not saying that you should be frugal or you should be mean in your spending, but living your life on a budget is basically tracking your income and expenditure. So you would get to know when the expenditure is outweighing the current income and the need to establish another source of income. And then when you invest in knowledge, you will now understand whether or not you should be an investor in the second stream, or you should be an operator in that stream.
Right.
Then the third thing is understanding what we call portfolio. And that is knowing that, okay, you could be working in the media, and then you know that you need to have businesses in other segments outside the media, or you need to have interests, assuming without conceding that your business, or I beg your pardon, your career has certain restrictions around going into business, for example, those in public service. So having knowledge and then seeking professional guidance will help you to know whether you should go into these multiple streams as an operator or you should merely be an investor.
It has been an absolute pleasure having you tell us about entrepreneurs, business, and businessmen. Thank you so much for coming on the program, Frontiers.
Thank you very much, Frema, for having me.
We have been taking a look at developing entrepreneurial skills for wealth creation, and our guest has been Winston Ekwotu, an entrepreneur and management consultant. Thank you for your time. I am Frama Panyi.
The federal government of Nigeria wants vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
In a land of peace and harmony, we cherish our freedom and unity. But around the world, we've seen how protests can spiral into chaos. What starts as a peaceful protest can sometimes end in anarchy, tearing communities apart.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days.
So those who experience it will run away from it.
Let's choose peace. Join us in the Peaceful Future Initiative, because together we can make a difference.
I've got a willingness to contribute positively to the well-being of my fellow citizen. As a Nigerian, I'm a provider, helper, listen to me. As I listen to you, I'm a born winner and I cherish security. As a Nigerian, I'm a real Nigerian. Born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code.
Green, white, green, oh I pledge my dear country. I'm embodied with observance and courtesy. There is nothing in this world above me, if no be God. Pushing against all odds till my goals are attained. Nigerian spirit, Nigerian dream. Nigerian spirit, Nigerian dream. I know if you forget Nigerian promise to me.
I am reliable. Oh, I know I'm responsible for my actions. I am strong, healthy. Can't you see I am blessed? I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code.
Moving Nigeria to greatness.
Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
Hello and welcome to Diplomatic Ties. Xenophobic attacks in Africa, which predominantly centered in South Africa, have triggered significant diplomatic crises across the continent. Recent escalations in April 2026 have led to violent attacks targeting foreign nationals, resulting in fatalities, widespread looting and renewed diplomatic friction. The renewed violence in South Africa, particularly involving the vigilante group Operation Dodola, led to the death of at least 2 Nigerians, and identified as Mrs. Amaramiro Emmanuel and Ekpeong Andrew. This has led to diplomatic outcry as the Nigerian government and citizens have criticized the perceived slow response to protecting its citizens in South Africa. To this end, the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, has advised Nigerians in South Africa to avoid high-risk areas, to stay indoors and temporarily closed businesses. And the Republic of Ghana has also taken a firm stance with its Ministry of Foreign Affairs, summoning the South African envoy to express concerns over attacks on its citizens. And these events have strained relations between South Africa and other African nations, often resulting in calls for boycott of South African businesses such as MTN and ShopRite, and causing panic in communities. In this episode of Diplomatic Ties, we shall be discussing how these ugly trends affect diplomatic relations between Nigeria and South Africa in different fronts. I am Comforts Fashion. But before we go into the main discussion, let's take a break. Welcome back. Our guest will be joining us via Zoom, and he is Professor Mukhtar Imam. He's an international affairs analyst. Thank you for joining us, Professor.
Thank you for having me. My pleasure.
All right. This xenophobic attack that is going on in South Africa, what do you make of this incident?
Well, thank you for the question. I think it's an unfortunate development. It is sad. It is condemnable by all and sundry, because The international system requires all to come together and ensure the development of our collective society. And of course, this is entrenched in, first of all, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which speaks to the respect and preservation of the human dignity, and to ensure that the human sanctity is respected. Every known international law condemns this act. The right to movement, free movement of individuals to conduct their affairs across the borders of countries. And this is clearly documented from the Westphalian Treaty of 1648 through to the Vienna Convention, the Versailles Treaty, and the United Nations Charter. Every known law has, in one way, shape, or form, condemned such acts, and eventually the incident is happening on a continent where we should be seeing a deepening South-South cooperation, and a country where other countries across the African continent fought to see their liberation. And so it is something should not be seen happen across the African continent, especially not now.
South Africans were accusing foreigners of taking their jobs from them. And some actually blamed it on causing crisis in their country. Do you think this is the actual reason for this xenophobic attack?
Well, there's a model in the academia which we use to explain stations. It's called the onion model. What it does is that it explains to you certain phenomena of contest or dispute amongst people within society, and it explains that conflicts are multi-layered and the reasons are equally multi-layered, and the same way you find the point. On the surface of it, South Africa's over the years, from the attacks in 2008 through 2001, 2002, and of course in 2019, if my memory serves me right, in 2019 and 2021, all of the rationale that were advanced by South Africans as being the driver of the attack, all tilted to what you rightly mentioned, the fact that Nigerians and people of other nationals are coming to South Africa to take up their jobs, etc., etc. But the reality is, as a matter of fact, they even blamed it on Nigerians coming to take their women at some point. And this was when the Zimbabwean president, the late Zimbabwean president, Robert Mugabe, made the comments jokingly, saying, how do you take the jobs? How do medical doctors take the job of native doctors? Implying that was, to the statement of the king of the KwaZulu-Natal county, where he said that people are coming to take up the jobs and so on. So the reality is, on the surface of it, that's the reason that's advanced, that people are coming to take up the jobs. But there are deeper structural issues within the society at the jobs. Because the reality is that virtually all economies today grow as a result of the so to speak, focus. Most European economies today, non-natives or expertise to help the economy, them coming to take up menial jobs, not indulge in. And so that is not a rationale. In itself, it's not enough as a rationale to explain the xenophobic attack. As a matter of fact, we must state this categorically clearly, that nothing is a rationale for a xenophobic attack, not the least claiming that people are coming to take up their jobs. But there are deeper seated issues, structurally, I said, economic deficits within South Africa. There are issues of, the high rate of unemployment. Unemployment is at its peak in South Africa, here as we speak, hitting an all-time high, from what I gather, of 49% thereabouts. On the rise in South Africa. So when you put all of these factors together, you come to the conclusion that grievances are part of the reasons why people feel marginalized, and so therefore they take out their frustration through other means, and so on and so forth.
All right. You spoke about unemployment and the rise high rate of unemployment in South Africa, and definitely unemployment could, as a result, lead to corruption and criminal element also in South Africa. But let us talk about a way out. I know the President, Cyril Ramaphosa, has been speaking to his people to allow peace and allow the foreigners to live in the country. But another thing is, even the king, the Zulu king, was also against the foreigners. So do you think there is the language spoken, the language of peace? How do you think this can be achieved?
Well, the reality is, peace can actually be achieved through the efforts of the authorities stepping in to ensure that the needful is done. The South African government has to do a lot more with regards to ensuring that these recurring prices, are nipped in the bud. The reality is this is something that affects not just Nigeria anymore. It's beginning to cut across the entire African continent, where people of various nationals are being threatened, and this is peculiar to South Africa. And so it's something that is worrisome, it is troubling, that requires all hands on deck. The South African government must take the lead and ensure her citizens are called to order. On that, its environment, that these drivers of the issues we're talking about here are addressed with the economic issues. We've talked about the analyzation. We've talked about the political differences within South Africa. All of these issues culminate to ignite what we are talking about here. Because the consequence of not taking action is other countries will begin to apply the diplomacy of reciprocity. And at the end of the day, we find ourselves in a circle of violence where we're trying to deepen South-South cooperation, where we're trying to ensure that countries of the global South come together to activate, measures that will bring about deepened growth and development across the continent. We find ourselves torn apart, where we're trying to advocate for a deepened multilateral system, because no single country can live in isolation and none can do it alone. And so this is the time where multilateralism needs to come to the front burner, and the ideals of ultra-nationalist figures, such as those in South Africa who are trying to say South Africa is just for them, is nipped in the bud. But beyond just the South African government, countries, governments of other need to do more as well. Because if things are working in your country, much as migration is a lifelong phenomenon, and regardless of how beautiful you make your environment, there are those who would seek greener pastures out there. Migration is something you cannot tame. It has been happening for all of our lives. However, governments of other countries need to ensure that they put in place certain structures and measures that will bring about, a more robust environment for their citizens, so that where people can go about their activities and strive and thrive, there is no point people going out there trying to seek whatever pasture that is not even there in first place.
All right, let's talk about, let's bring it back home. I know Nigeria has been making efforts to bring about peace between the two, to maintain the diplomatic relations between South Africa and the country. How could you assess this process, this diplomatic process? How would you assess it? Is it successful? Is it...
Well, the reality is that I think beyond even my personal judgment, when you make a rational assessment of the situation, you come to the logical conclusion that the interventions throughout the years from 2008 up until now have not really yielded success, so to speak. This is not what success should look like to anybody, because where we see a recurring decimal of a specific or peculiar phenomenon rearing its head year on year, then I don't think that defines success to anybody. And so I think the diplomatic tone needs to change. We need to begin to ensure that even though this is not a state-sponsored, activity or phenomenon, the Nigerian government needs to do more, because we see authorities in South Africa fueling the situation. We see kings making unguarded statements and utterances. We see politicians coming out to make certain statements that could ignite the situation. And so I think the Nigerian government, at some point, we saw exchanges between the legislature. I think that was the past National Assembly. We saw efforts being made by the legislature, particularly the Senate, to meet with their counterparts in South Africa and ensure that a lasting solution is found to the situation. We saw efforts being made by the Dabiri-led commission to see to it that some kind of diplomatic grounds is broken. However, these steps are not yielding the desired result. And so I think a lot more needs to be done. I think at the sub-regional and, of course, at the continental level, there's the need for a deepened conversation, involving stakeholders to ensure that these attacks do not continue. Because the reality is nobody has monopoly of violence. Whether these people are in your country or not, they are diplomatic channels. The Westphalia Treaty, like I said, of 1648, right from that period, has clearly stipulated how you should conduct yourself. Where people come into your country and carry out certain misconduct, it's not to if it's about jungle justice and we begin to carry out those sort of things, we will all perish as humans, first as Africans and of course as humans. So I think more needs to be done by stakeholders to guarantee the safety of lives and property of individuals in other countries.
All right, so let us talk about the repercussions arising from these diplomatic frictions. Do you smell danger if it's not contained?
You see, like I said, nobody has monopoly of violence, and people have a limit to which they can absorb certain frustration. Imagine we're talking about 2 recorded deaths already, and this is what has been made public. Often at times you find that statecraft try to manage this sort of information, and they're very conservative with figures. We are hoping and praying that that's the only number of deaths that has been recorded, actual number. So this could snowball into something else. You could see reprisal attacks from other countries against law-abiding South Africans who are going about their businesses in their various countries. South Africa has investments across the African continent. No least the case of Nigeria. We see MTN here, even though there are certain dynamics to the ownership of MTN. But average Nigerians will not want to investigate that. These are not scholars. They're not concerned about what shareholdings South Africa has and so on and so forth. The first thing is get it burned, get it attacked, and these are the sort of reprisal attacks. And it's only natural. That is the natural human response to any situation that is unknown. Any action sparks reaction naturally. And so, when people feel violated, they begin to carry out certain actions that should not be seen. And at the state level, we could see a breakdown of diplomatic ties between South Africa and these other countries. And so the government needs to step in. The government needs to bring the heavy hand of the law on these individuals. Where people see that these issues are addressed, then naturally, of course, a lot of steps will be taken to ensure that this thing is done. But perhaps you would have a question around that, but Nigerians and other African nationals as well need to conduct themselves in manners that are acceptable to other countries. You cannot step into another man's country and you begin to act with impunity. We've seen a lot of Nigerians do this thing. We have seen our people act with so much impunity, act with so much reckless abandon in other countries. I have been witness to these things. We need to conduct ourselves, and our missions abroad need to do more. We can't just sit in our embassies and do nothing. If you have a bureaucracy within these missions, they should ensure that you have data of every Nigerian who is in these countries, and beyond just having the data, know what they're doing in these countries. That's the reason why we have people heading Consular General, heading the bureaucracies of these missions. So we need to step up to the occasion. Nigerians are acting in manners that are unacceptable, and this is the reality we must tell ourselves.
All right, let us take a break. We'll be back. Right, if you're just joining us, the program is Diplomatic Ties, and we are looking at xenophobic attack in Africa, particularly South Africa, and its effects in diplomatic relations between the country and other parts of Africa. And our guest is Professor Mukhtar Imam. Oh, Professor, the xenophobic attack have persisted actually for a while now. Do you think it has received enough international condemnation, particularly from nations? And
were made, I can't recall what country precisely made a submission to the General Assembly to act on xenophobic attack, not just in South Africa, but all over the world. But I don't think to assume that it's an idealist system, that everything must work based on the ideal. There are certain other school of thoughts which are more realistic with regards to relations among nations within the international system. And that's the realist school of thought, which speaks to the fact that nations are about themselves first before others. It's about the national interest of countries, it's about the national security before anything else. The United Nations, remember, is a United Nations. And so every country comes to that platform with its own grievances, with its own demands and its own requests and needs. We shouldn't always expect that the United Nations will constantly step in to save us from ourselves, especially not in situations like this. So the bulk of this starts with at the table of the African Union. We must come together as a continent to salvage ourselves from this recurring unnecessary decimals, or to be conservative with words. We must ensure that at the sub-regional level, we do a lot more to speak to this sort of avenues. ECOWAS, SADC, all of the bodies, international bodies and international regimes across the African continent must see this as their responsibility. Else, the world will never take us seriously. It's our baby, and we must find a way to handle it. But as for the United Nations, yes, it should do more with regards to condemning this act. But trust me, United Nations have enough on its plate already elsewhere. But to answer your question clearly, no, enough hasn't been done.
all right, thank you, Professor Imam Mukhtar, for having us on the program. All right, that is it on the program, and thank you for being part of it. I am Comfort Fashion. Make a date with us another time. We'll be having another interesting topic to discuss.
Welcome. This is Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure. All of them are quite different and unique, especially when it comes to native foods and cultural delicacies. Their food mainly depends on the ingredients that are produced in that particular area.
In a land of peace and harmony, we cherish our freedom and unity. But around the world, we've seen how protests can spiral into chaos. What starts as a peaceful protest can sometimes end in anarchy, tearing communities apart.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days.
So those who experienced it will run away from it.
Let's learn from these experiences. Let's value dialogue over destruction. Together,
Well, hello. It is great to be back with you again on Lens on Africa.
Let's zoom our lens on its political history at this moment.
Algeria did not have a centralized political structure prior to its colonization by France.
It is now time for our weekly roundoff of African history. Welcome to the interview segment on Lens on Africa.
Examines its relevance, the pathways to achieving it.
To sustain productivity, there must be continuity.
Where the winds whisper secret, to the sands lies the forgotten kingdom of Daamat.
It is on this note that we conclude Lens on Africa today.
Thank you for spending your time with us.
I've got a willingness to contribute positively to the well-being of my fellow citizen. As a Nigerian, I'm a provider, helper, listen to me. As I listen to you, I'm a born winner and Nigerian security. As a Nigerian, I'm a real Nigerian. Born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code.
Green, white, green, oh, I pledge my dear country I'm embodied with observance and courtesy. There is nothing in this world above me, if no be God. Pushing against all odds till my goals are attained. Nigerian spirit, Nigerian dream. Nigerian spirit, Nigerian dream. I know if you forget Nigerian promise to me. I am reliable. Oh, I know I'm responsible for my actions. I am strong, healthy. Can't you see I am blessed?
Hello and thank you for joining us. This is a news update on NT International. I am Charles Alpha. 2 people in a serious condition who were evacuated from a cruise ship with a confirmed outbreak of deadly hantavirus have arrived in Netherlands for treatment. Operator Ocean-Wide Expedition has said the 3rd passenger in a stable condition was on board on evacuation flight that has been delayed. The operator added the MV Honduras is now sailing towards Spain's Canary Islands after being anchored for 3 days near Cape Verde, an archipelago nation off the West African coast. The 3 evacuees were British, Dutch and German. Ocean-Wide Expedition said the 65-year-old German evacuee was closely associated with a German woman who died on board the ship on 2nd May. The British evacuee has been identified by several media outlets as 56-year-old ex-police officer Martin Antse, who is understood to be in a stable condition in the Netherlands. The U.S. and Iran are getting close to signing a 1-page memorandum of understanding to end the war and setting a framework for more detailed nuclear negotiations. The U.S. expects Iran to respond on key issues within 48 hours. However, the report said nothing has been agreed to yet, but this is the closest the parties had been to an agreement since the war began. The proposed agreement would have Iran pause nuclear enrichment while the U.S. lifts sanctions, releases frozen funds, and both sides ease transit limits in the Strait of Hormuz. Many terms depend on the final deal, leaving the risks of renewed conflict or a prolonged, unresolved ceasefire. And UK polling stations open Thursday in local elections, set to heap more pressure on beleaguered Labour Prime Minister Keir Starmer and showcase the rise of hard rights and left-wing populists. Polls open at 7 a.m. across Scotland, England and Wales in the ballot that is Starmer's biggest electoral test since his July 2024 general election landslide victory ended 14 years of Conservative rule. Opinion polls predict grim results for Labour, which could amplify calls for Starmer, 63, to resign or face a long-rumored party leadership challenge. And that is what is trending at this point. Many thanks for watching. I am Charles Alpha.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello, we're glad to have you join us. This is Platform. I'm Ruth Aguela. As a consumer, I'd like to know, when you feel dissatisfied over poor quality of network, or you feel frustrated over unfair charges imposed by service providers, what do you do? You know, oftentimes, telecom providers deprive consumers unfettered access to free-flow network that meet up with the required standards. Now, the Nigerian Communications Act 2003 ensures that telecom operators maintain high-quality communication services while protecting consumers from unfair activities. And Section 4 of the Act empowers the Commission to carry out some designated functions, which include the protection and promotion of the interest of consumers against unfair practices, including but not limited to matters relating to tariffs and charges for and the availability and quality of communications, services, equipment and facilities. The Nigerian Communications Commission in 2001 established the Consumer Affairs Bureau with the mandate to protect, inform and educate the PIA, telecom consumers on their rights and privileges. And recently, the Nigerian Communications Commission mandated telecoms to compensate consumers over unsatisfactory services. Now, this is based on increase in tariffs since last year and the inconsistency by service providers despite consumers paying more for services. NCC warns against non-compliance, ready to sanction erring operator. But the question lies, how is the Commission ensuring compliance of quality service, also compensation by service providers for consumers? What measures have been taken to provide relief for consumers? So on Platform, our focus is on telecommunications and consumer protection. And our guest is Mrs. Frida Ruth Bruce Bennett. Actually, she's my namesake. Director, Consumer Affairs Bureau from the Nigerian Communications Commission. Thank you so much for joining us. Good to have you here on Platform.
Thank you very much, Ruth. I'm very happy to be here.
Great. We have a lot to talk about, especially I'm a consumer myself.
Absolutely.
Okay, so before we bring in our panelists, we'll take you through her profile, which is what we do here. Mrs. Frida Ruth Bruce Bennett is a driven and highly motivated leader with strong passion for national growth, economic development, and the empowerment of people. She is committed to excellence, continuous learning, and creating opportunities that promote sustainable development, investment attraction, and African trade advancement. She possesses strong expertise in policy development, critical analysis, problem solving, diplomacy, and strategic communication, with a deep understanding of regional, bilateral, and multilateral relations across Africa. Her knowledge of governance, development policies, trade systems, and agriculture-driven economic growth reflects her commitment to impactful leadership and national progress. She is a motivational speaker, published novelist, and avid writer. She believes strongly in leadership through excellence, giving people a voice and driving meaningful societal change. A team player, if you ask me, and we'll leave the profile there. Thank you for being here once again.
Thank you once again for having me.
Great. Our panelist on Platform is one of our regular. I like to call him the ever-vibrant Ayodeji Makinde. He covers all sides. Sports, he's there, and now he's our ICT correspondent for today. Thank you so much, Ayo, for being here.
Thanks so much, Ruth.
Great. As service providers are expected to provide us quality services, and yet there's been a gap over time. We're seeing interventions play out over time by the Commission, even the ongoing compensation by the Commission. But I'd like to know, I want you to paint a narrative, to lead this conversation. When you say protection of a consumer right, what are we actually talking about? What does the consumer need to know about the protection of their right?
Okay, thank you very much, Ruth. What does the consumer need to know? I think the very first thing is that they need to know that there is a regulator who stands and fights, supports, protects, and promotes their well-being. They need to know that they have access to their mobile network operators, their service provider, should they have any issues. They need to know that there are other redress mechanisms put there by the regulator to ensure their protection. They need to know that they're entitled to quality service. They need to know that they have a right to clear billing, that they have a right to select any service of their choice and that service is provided to them. They need to know that they have a right to their data being protected. They need to know they have a right to be heard. They need to know that if they have a complaint, both the operators and the regulator are mandated to answer them. They need to know that they have a right to be informed. If there are information that are required for them to know, either by the operator, take for example the do not disturb, that they need to know that that function and that service is available. They must be informed by the service providers and by the regulator. But I think the primary thing for me is the clear knowledge that the consumers need to know that there is a regulator standing with them, and whatever they expect in terms of quality delivery of service, they must get it. And if they don't get it, if they complain, they have every right to do, and that complaint will be taken and resolved by the regulator.
Okay, and we're seeing the regulator step in, we're seeing compensation happen, which we're going to break down. But Ayo, I know you want to come in now.
Okay, let me start from 2024.
Okay.
In the build-up to the increase in tariff that we saw in 2025, there was this outcry by the public. And I could remember one of the functions we had with the NCC, the EVC stated clearly that since the introduction of mobile network system into the country, it was the first time that we're having this change. Actually, the only system or sector in the country where price goes down doesn't go up.
Absolutely.
And now that we're having this slight increase, the outcry that consumers should take it easy, that they will see the benefits of this increase in terms of return on investment and the rest. Was the decision to increase the tariff, has it been justified in terms of the points that the NCC stated were the reasons for the increase in tariff? Are the consumers getting the desired services that they actually should get based on this? And moving forward, what can the consumer out there expect from the NCC?
Very loaded questions, and I'll try my best to do justice.
Yes, ma'am.
You stated close to 2024, end of 2024. I hope we remember that the quality of service issues that we had, which was as a result of aging network infrastructure. At that time, they had gotten a point where the operators were doing load shedding, being able to just manage the network congestion. And why couldn't they do any more? We obviously had all the economics, the microeconomic situations that happened in Nigeria, and the dollar-naira differentiation. And then, like the EVC had said, and we all know, since 2013, there had not been a tariff increase. Now imagine 2013 and 2024 in Nigeria. Every sector, every one of us, from the markets to everything, had more than quadrupled in price for the telecom sector. And it's a capital-intensive sector. So there was a need, a critical need for a price adjustment. There was a need to bring up pricing, a slight adjustment, to bring it up to the way that the operators are able to maintain, sustain, and upgrade their networks. Because if you have an aging infrastructure, how are you going to be able to offer services? Now, all that took place, and by February, the price adjustment took effect, February 2025. I would like to give us some statistics, because I think statistics paint a picture and tell a story. In January 2025, the Consumer Affairs Bureau, CAB as we call it, we collect weekly statistical data on complaints across all the segments of the telecom sector. We collect it from the operators. We also collect it with live connection from our 622, the secondary complaints line that consumers can call. By that time, we had an average of about 351,000 complaints a month. across quality of service voice, quality of service data, quality of experience, billing, value-added services, and the likes. We have 17 key categories. As at March 2026, this number is 76,000. We are at a quarter of the complaints, because the consumers speak with their voice. If you want to know what is happening, the people who are complaining have the same complaints channels. And can I actually be more honest? We have more complaints channels available to the consumers today. For example, the consumers are all aware they can come into any NCC office and lodge a complaint. We're taking complaints through the X handle of the Consumer Affairs Bureau, the X handle of the NCC, the Instagram, the LinkedIn, every complaints channel that we were not using before. So even with all these additional complaints channels, we actually have only a quarter of the complaints. Are we there yet? No. But have we seen appreciable decrease in complaints across all the categories? I would say yes. For example, by January 2025, we were averaging about 45,000 complaints for quality of service, voice, and data each. Now we're about 20,000. And obviously, through our technical department, a lot of work is ongoing to ensure that all those ongoing issues that affect and impede successful networks are resolved. And never forget that these issues do not lie strictly with the telecoms operators. When you have fiber cuts, when a road construction company carries out construction and cuts fiber, when activities of a state government cuts fiber, when sabotage causes fiber cuts, all these things affect the networks. When you have communities that prevent the mobile network operators from actually servicing the base stations, from refusing them access to put diesel. So we have a lot of things. You have the one within the sector, and the NCC as a regulator works assiduously every day throughout every waking hour to ensure that, be it the mobile network operators or the co-location service providers, they are working to improve services.
You know, these services you're talking about, it must come as expected, right?
Yes.
I know that Section 108 of the Communications Act provides that it governs tariffs and charges by the service providers, and they must seek approval from the Commission before it can be implemented.
Yes.
Now, if the Consumer Affairs Bureau is sectioned around protection, information, and educate, you mentioned some of those challenges. So what channels, aside the ones you've mentioned, are you using to educate the public? Because if you have different means where people can, lend their complaints, what about the aspect of educating them, informing them of their rights? You'll be amazed, Mrs. Bennett, that a lot of Nigerians are still not aware of these rights we're talking about. They're not aware. There's still a huge gap on what I should. They only know where to go complain, but what about enlightening them, educating them on what should and what should not?
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to tell you, first of all, we have the Telecoms Consumer Handbook.
Okay.
We have this handbook in English, in Yoruba, in Hausa, in Pidgin English, and in Braille. Oh yes, we have it in Braille as well.
Okay.
We also have a QR code, so that for the people who are digital, when we go for events, we put up the code and they just take a screenshot of it, and they have the Telecoms Handbook in their possession without needing the hard copy. So how do we inform consumers? We go out a lot. We carry out information, because our role is to inform, educate, and protect. We have two key ways. We use the traditional media and the digital media. Take, for example, traditional media. We make sure, or traditional means, we go out for awareness campaigns. And how do we do that? I mentioned earlier that we receive on a weekly basis all the complaints from every mobile network operator and internet service provider. We have something we call the situation room.
Okay.
Every week, we analyze this data. What are we looking for? We're looking for trends. Where is a problem brewing? Which complaints category is increasing? What is going on? Is there an operator that seems to be having a problem? Let's say it's a network problem. Immediately we send that to our technical departments to say, hey, this operator, you need to have a look at what is going on. Obviously, we check the live outage portal. Have they reported any outage? If they've not, technical department needs to carry on, because automatically we know that that is going to impact service. That's one. When we have actually already done that, we now look at other categories. Take, for example, data depletion. Data depletion is something that has affected consumers greatly, and for obvious reasons. Everything we do is data-driven.
Yeah.
Our phone calls, our businesses, our banking, our education, our livelihood, everything. Therefore, any impact on data impacts people. We now went back, as usual. What is going on? We talk to the operators. The NCC ensured that there was an independent audit of every mobile operator's billing system. It came back from tier 1 audit firms that there was nothing. So it was like, what is it? Immediately we started looking and drilling further. And we realized that from the regulatory part, there was something missing, which was awareness. Using an advanced phone, the higher your technology, the more data consumption.
Yeah.
And then all the features in the phone with the background, things that go up, apps running in the background, updating the iOS systems on mobile data, all these things, and people do not know. So we ensure when we go out for events, the NYSC, we have NYSC events, we go across the camps when NYSC invites us, and they are very kind, and we educate the youth. We also have events on campuses where we go. And as you must know, we always are on radio stations across the 6 geopolitical zones multiple times a year. And we educate consumers on whatever burning issue is going on. So we try to use the traditional means of our physical events to educate them. At the same time, the Consumer Affairs Department, the Bureau, we actually have a portal, a consumer portal on the NCC website. If you go to the NCC website, it has consumer portal. A lot of articles on all the issues that people need to know about, we put it on. We also have our X account. Every week we have up to 3 articles or 3 write-ups. These days we are using more digital banners, and so that people can see all the key information they need in one fell swoop. And of course we work in collaboration with our Public Affairs Department. If there are things that go beyond us and we think the media has to be, that they need to bring it out boldly, the Public Affairs will help us amplify our voices, because the idea is that the consumers must always be physical.
For that recommendation.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, wow. The only room that exists is the room for growth, continuous growth.
Of course.
And we know that we are not perfect. We've done our best, but we'll keep working, because at the end of the day, we want to have informed consumers who know their rights and who are satisfied. Only then are we satisfied.
All right, ma'am. The discussion around quality of service, we can never finish it because it's quite large.
Yes.
But I remember also last year, there were assurances from the NCC that issue around failed mobile top-ups will be addressed.
Yes.
Lately, there was an MOU between the NCC and the CBN.
Yes.
I think our colleague here covered it as well. Then I need you to speak more on the issue of data depletion, because the EVC, at that engagement that we had. And I think you also released an A to Z of that is making your data go down very fast. Because you hear, oh, I just did 5 gig. Imagine, my 5 gig don't finish. Of course it will finish, because you're running multiple platforms, 4G system.
Yes.
And it's not like those days of the 2G, 3G, and some are even using 4G, like LTE.
Yeah.
So I think we should
5G.
speak, and 5G now in urban centers. I think you should speak more to this and how effectively consumers can manage their data properly to have the best satisfaction.
Okay. So I'll say, first of all, in all our consumer outreaches, both digitally and physically, data depletion is a point we go out of our way to inform consumers on. You mentioned the A to Z. We actually have it as a QR code for consumers to actually download and work with. In addition, on our consumer portal, those codes are there. So now, for our consumers, your phone is a machine. I remember the Director of Technical Standards had said the other day that if we had gone back a few decades, this phone we have will be half a room because of the processing power and speed in it. It consumes a lot.
Yeah.
The higher the generation of phones, 2, 3, 4, and now 5G, the higher the power and the higher the data consumption. Let us take Nigerians' appetite, for example, Netflix. On the Netflix, you can set your phone to standard definition or high definition. Standard definition gives you an average picture quality, but you know, people like to watch the best of the best. If you watch, exactly. No, I go down to standard definition because I want my data to
now
last.
I understand why I should go back.
Exactly.
Okay.
A standard definition, maybe a movie of an hour on Netflix will take you an average of 500 megabytes. Yes. If you are using high definition, it can go up to 2 gigabytes. Then you are talking of your phones. You have all your phones set up where the network upgrades, the system has automatic upgrade on mobile. Now imagine, try and look at some of those times when your phone tries to upgrade. I think there are gigabytes and tens of gigabytes.
Yes.
I mean, the size of the files are...
And it's always advisable.
Well, if, for example, it decided at that time to update your iOS system, it can take all your data in one fell swoop. Then you have all this data, all these applications running in the background. As they are running, they are refreshing. They are auto-refreshing, which is why, for example, you open your Instagram. And as soon as you open your Instagram, everything that has been there comes up, all the videos are ready to watch because they're upgrading and downloading and perfecting in the background, the status upgrades. So automatically in the background it has eaten all your data. You have not opened anything. Then a lot of us have all these WhatsApp groups. Oh, I'm only watching people's status. But you have watched one person with 20 photos and 10 videos, and you have laughed at all of them. But they're all 30 seconds. But those are videos, and those are data intensive. So we use data. Then we have all these, let's say, WhatsApp groups. You are in all these WhatsApp groups. You have all these apps running. And as long as they're running in the background. And some of us also notice you have pop-ups. Sometimes you are watching something, pop-up comes, and unfortunately, sometimes it forces you to keep watching before you can go away.
Yes.
All those are eating your data. And you have ad blockers that you can use to block. So a lot of these things are basically from lack of understanding that there are things inbuilt in your phone to manage these things. You also have data savers. There are phones that you can actually select and say, I want to use lower data. I do it on my phone. Even on my iPhone, I use lower data. When I'm downloading it, will remind me I have lower data. I'm on data saving mode. I will say, yes, keep it on it because I want to manage my data.
But Mrs. Bennett,
yes.
There are concerns on billing transparency,
yes,
and also unauthorized value-added services deductions, yes, which most service providers may hide under the disguise of what you're trying to explain now, of people are not managing their data. That's why they're experiencing data depletion, yes, on the rise. Yes. But how are you also regulating this telecom service providers to ensure that they're not just billing consumers unnecessarily?
You know, I love that question because that is a fact. Every quarter, the Commission goes on verification exercises of the MNO's systems. I mean, this is so thorough. It cuts across various departments in the NCC. And they go and they check everything to authenticate every information that is provided to us. From the consumer affairs, every last thing that is provided to us is authenticated. So in order to make sure that there are no anomalies, and of course if there are, this is brought up immediately. And of course NCC is not one that is lax for sanctions and fines, because at the end of the day, if a consumer pays for a service, they must get that service. For the issue like you mentioned, value-added service being added to anything, that is an ongoing issue that always exists. And we always inform consumers. All you need to do is go to *305#, and it will let you know if you are connected to any VAS services. And if you see you are and you do not recognize them, you exit.
Say it again.
305 hash, and it's a short code common to every network operator. You put it, it will show you what you have. If you don't want, you exit. At the same time, we always inform consumers on the do not disturb, because obviously part of these issues is where there is if the do not disturb is not there, things can come up to you. And if you do not want any do not disturb, you just press stop to 2442. And if you want to know if you have do not disturb on your system, you type in status in all caps to 2442, and it will let you know your status, and so you can amend accordingly. Yes.
You were about to talk about that, but we dwelt more on data depletion.
Yes.
There's this arrangement with the central bank.
Yes.
I read about it sometime last week.
Yes.
I also know that NCC is working on a particular platform. That's the terms platform for subscriber international number system to ensure that SIM cards are well protected and not used for fraudulent use, etc. Now, how far has the NCC gone with this MOU in terms of implementation and also the terms project, so that we can drastically reduce issues of fraud with the SIM card and also using that for electronic fraud with our interbanking system and etc. Please.
Okay. I think we're talking about two separate parts. For the MOU that was signed last week, which has been, in the pipeline for a long time, because that key reason for that MOU is understanding the linkage between the telecom sector and the banking sector, and the need to ensure that we do not have fraud perpetuated using the mobile network that affects the banking sector. So like the terms you are talking about is to make sure and ensure that all numbers that have been churned, and in the telecom sector, after 1 year of no revenue generating action, you've not made a call. You receive a call, that's not revenue generating. You've sent an SMS, you've made a call. That number is up for churning. So once the operators take it back, it's only a matter of time before that number goes. So if that consumer now has lost that number, but the banking sector is not aware, and the banks keep sending, let's say, bank alerts and information to that number, automatically, if you do not have somebody with integrity and they've had that number, a lot of things can come up. So this thing is to put this deep relationship, this linkage between the two sectors, so that the banking sector is fully aware that that number has been churned, so that they delink it from the consumer accounts. Now the other one is the failed payment, where consumers buy top-ups, maybe for voice calls or for voice or data, and they do not get value. Understanding this, the challenge we had is that it was a case of the banking sector says, oh, their own end went well. The telecom sector says on their end it went well. And it became clear, and it became clear that there was no clear linkage from the beginning of the process to the end of the process. And it begins from, one telco, and then you pay to a bank, and then the bank sees the money, and then the intermediary aggregator is able to give you the data, and the MNO pays it, gives it to your account, and everybody was not seeing each other. And this national framework on failed payment and data depletion that has been championed by the NCC through the Consumer Affairs Bureau and the Department of Financial Inclusion and Consumer Protection of the CBN is to understand that no one of us can work independently of the other. We are in the era of multiple regulatory agencies and this linkage together. So we are working, and we are in the final stages of ensuring that it's now then we can talk about it. So I would say, just like the terms, all the work has been going on for 2 years with the MOU that was signed, and very soon you're going to see all those solutions and applications up and running, and the same for the framework. So just keep it in view.
Okay, while we put that in view, we'll have to pause through the conversation. We need to take a break. We'll be back. Just stay tuned.
What are we doing as a nation to, first of all, settle our teeming populace, especially the NTA's political package, with a third eye on the nation's political scene? I am Fisa Ogunfuyi. Welcome.
You have to be very careful giving space to people who are obviously sponsored to further the agenda of some other groups.
There's a lot of questions. A lot of questions in a closed-door sessions. Some of these issues, some of the problems bedeviling of their...
In fact, between June 1st and July 17, 19-point-something billion has left the coffers of the NDDC.
I can say my constituency, they need everything because we don't have anything.
MFA for digital literacy is a bot that you can use, you can interact to learn more about digital literacy.
Hello, it's our pleasure to have you join us on platform. I'm Ruth Aguwele.
What is the yardstick for measuring everybody's moral integrity? It's critical at this point in time.
How daunting has that been for the Institute in getting them abreast with all the legislative proceedings?
The fact remains that one training workshop is not enough.
Thank you for staying tuned. The conversation is on telecommunications and consumer protection. All you need to know about your right when it comes to you as a consumer. So, Mrs. Bennett, recently we're seeing compensation move by telcos, you know, to compensate consumers for poor services. And are they really complying, talking about the service providers? Because I remember Ayo telling me, oh, I got increase,
Yes,
I got a top up,
yes,
and
I did.
he was asking me, did you get? I said, no, I haven't gotten mine. So how is that being regulated and at what pace?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would just like to clarify the reason why we are here with compensation was, like we said earlier, the tariff adjustment that was approved early 2025. And it is not tariff increase. It is tariff...
For most Nigerians, actually...
...allow the operators be able to carry on telecoms businesses after over 11 years of no increase, or nearly 12 years. The adjustments now took place. So, having approved that adjustment last year, early last year, the sector and the regulator gave the operators time to obviously ship in these equipment, provision them, and ensure they are fully functional so they can now be deployed to improve network services. So by November, which was nearly 10 months down the line, it was time to actually see and expect this improvement in the networks. This compensation is for network key performance indicator failings by the mobile network operators on their networks. It's not for calls, it's not for field payment, it's the network lapses or the failures in the KPIs in the network. And this is why we are here. Now we have it across operators. And I noted your question or your statement, I have not received mine. I think we need to be clear that not every single Nigerian is going to receive this compensation.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
So, like you have local governments that are excluded. There are some local governments that were not even added at all. Maybe in some areas, maybe for security reasons, those sites were closed, or we had extenuating circumstances beyond the operator's control that made those sites not eligible at all. Then you have the, because this is now across the 774 local governments. You have the local governments that the operators met the KPIs. So those ones are also removed. Now, for the ones where they did not meet the KPIs, take for example, you use your services network services in 3 different areas, let's say 3 local governments, depending on your work, your home, etc., within a state. And then in those, out of those 3, you have the one where you spend the most time in, where you made the most calls, the most revenue generating activity. If it failed the KPIs, you would get a refund. If, however, out of the 3, you have 2 local governments that it failed the KPI, but you did not spend the most money there, the one where you spend the most money there passed, you would not be eligible for this refund. Now, every operator is going to send you an SMS. Some people have already started receiving. I think I know so many people. Everywhere I go, people tell me, oh, I have been paid by this operator. I have received my own compensation. So compensation is ongoing, but it's not going to be for everybody. And it is for failures of network key performance indicators.
Now, a lot of Nigerians will argue that because it cuts across this failure of KPI, it cuts across all the networks. At one point or the other, people have experienced poor networks. So why are certain people exempted?
Well, at this time, don't forget this is going to be an ongoing thing. What we have done now are for the months of November, December 2025, and and the Commission can have this money come back to the sector as a fine. But the Commission said no, because it is actually a sanction, 1,000 naira a month, and it is also across 3 categories. Those who spend less than 1,000 naira a month, those who spend from 1,000 to 10,000, and those who spend above 10,000. So they are segmented, percentages of refunds, not refund, compensation due everybody. It is just the Commission's way of saying, consumers, we know you, we see you, we feel your pain. Failed sanctions, it will force them to carry out as many improvements that they can do internally to ensure that they don't have to have the sanctions. And at the end of the day, that is what you and I and every consumer seeks for, quality service.
Let's talk about the plan to capture the whole local governments in the country. At the last engagement that we had, I heard the NCC, EVC, NCC making it clear that there's a deliberate attempt by most of these telcos to invest more into the telecommunication sector and also ensure that those who are left behind, people are not left behind, particularly in the underserved areas, and also boosting the capacity of those transiting from 2G, 3G to 4G, while also activating the 5G system. Now, with these on the ground, how do we assure underserved and unserved communities that the digital penetration, the telecommunication penetration will get to them, and also there could be responsible use of the technology that we're bringing?
Okay, thank you very much. Now, you mentioned that, just like the EBC said, we are moving our 2 and 3G networks and systems to 4G and 5G. Well, let's say 4G in most areas. Now, where do we have 2G? 2G coverage is all over the country. And 2G coverage is what you have in the most remote part of the nation. So let's talk about where we have coverage, because we have coverage across the vast majority of Nigeria. So by upgrading those sites, as the operators upgrade those sites from 2G to 4G, it means that they are not left in this digital, they are not caught up in a digital divide. This is helping digital inclusion, because with the 2G, all you have are voice and SMS. Now with the 4G, those same sites are being upgraded to 4G. So they can now get involved in the digital space, and that is what is being done across Nigeria. In the areas, for the areas where there is no coverage, the Commission is working assiduously. Because this is not something that can be done easily. Let's be clear that the operators traditionally, like any business, will go to places where they have return on investment, which is why the NCC has the Universal Service Provision Fund, which is across every nation of the world that has telecom services. What is the focus of this fund? To ensure that in the areas that are not economically viable for the operators to go, that the government can put its own resources to expand services there. And this is something the NCC has been doing gradually and will keep continuing to do. At the same time, if we want to really improve network services, as the EVC said, and he will always say, and I concur, it is to incentivize the sector, for the operators to be able to put fiber. All these complaints we are having is because we are using a mobile system. If, for example, take data depletion, everything is fiber. I have fiber in my home. For example, when I'm at home, I'm not counting anymore. Before I didn't have fiber. For every second, you know, I am making sure things are off. Nobody's wasting my mobile data, because I will buy it and it will disappear. Not because I don't know how to manage it, but there are people in my house who will overwatch everything. But with fiber, that doesn't happen, so it lasts. So we are working already to upgrade all the different local governments in the nation. And you know, from all the work we are doing, we also encourage our operators. There are key demand areas or drivers for change. Those are hospitals, universities, research institutes, to go there, because the more they go there, no matter how deep in the hinterlands they are, we know that connectivity is going there. So we're just going to keep working together, working with our parent ministry, working with the operators and as much of the private sector to ensure that there is digital inclusion. But remember, there's connectivity and there's access. Because if you have all that connectivity, which is really, the operators have gone very far, we need to have a huge crop of Nigerians who are able to tap into these digital services available. So that is where we now have training, skills acquisition, and ensuring we have a crop of Nigerians who are the innovators, who are able to also create solutions, locally grown solutions that consumers will be interested in using. And then making sure that the citizens have the digital literacy to manage those. That is when the uptake on the networks will now be sustainable.
You know, majority of these complaints, people get to, you know, lay the end result is for resolution.
Yes.
That satisfaction this will desire.
Yes.
I'd like you to tell us how far the Commission has gone in the aspect of resolution, effective complaint resolution, because it's one thing to lay this complaint. You talked about the numbers, you reeled it out, how you're getting the numbers, but resolution, in as much as you're stepping in some areas, are people giving feedback that, okay, yes, I am satisfied now, beyond this compensation aspect we're saying?
I think I actually love, anyway, I love questions, so I think that's a very good one as well. The consumers write in, and as the Consumer Affairs Bureau, we handle every complaint. Take, for example, somebody walks off the street, they come into the NCC, we'll talk to them, we'll log it on our customer system, and then immediately we contact the service provider. For every complaint, there is an SLA attached, the service level agreement, that they are mandated to meet. We send it to them and we tell them automatically, this is the SLA, commence immediately. On our end, we can see it. At the same time, somebody writes us a letter. We log it in, whether it's from an individual, from a law firm, from based on our MOU with the FCCPC, from the FCCPC or the Public Complaints Commission. We send it to the operators and immediately we start monitoring. People come to our X handle and they say, oh, this is happening with this operator, or they just copy us in a complaint to an operator on social media. Once we see it, we reach out to the operator immediately and say, this, your consumer has complained. Commence action. The same time, on our consumer portal, we have an email address for consumers to send in complaints. From that email, we get complaints in hundreds every day. Hundreds. And we send it to the service providers and tell them to treat. Do not forget that on a weekly basis, the service providers send us a comprehensive list of all their complaints. And like I told you, we look at the complaints, we look at the complaint statistics, and based on the issues, we start telling them, we have a problem here, resolve. When consumers are not satisfied, they contact the NCC's 622 number, which is our second level, a toll-free number also where we have created. You consumer, you're not happy with the service from your telecoms operator, and please be aware, every consumer should know you called 300 on your mobile phone. Your service provider must speak. When you're not satisfied, you call the 622. We take it on board, and that 622 is managed by the NCC, and we can view real time the status of your complaint and whether the operators have handled. This is apart from all the other ones I mentioned, and all these other ones that I mentioned, the email, the walk-ins, the letters, you know, the X, they are all handled by NCC staff in the Consumer Affairs Bureau.
So you will boldly say the Commission is not overwhelmed when it comes to manpower?
The Commission keeps working because our Consumer Affairs staff are motivated to ensure consumer complaints are dealt with. When that operator says that complaint has been resolved, we contact the consumers. I remember 2 or 3 came to my inbox today where they said, oh, this consumer an operator has confirmed, any operator has confirmed it's been resolved. And then we have called to confirm that it's been resolved. That is what we do. We do not close consumer complaints without verifying ourselves independently from the consumer that has been resolved. I tell you that the Consumer Affairs Bureau is your best friend. If you want resolution to anything, come to the NCC.
That is why the awareness should be louder.
That is why it should be louder, and I'm glad for a platform like this that everybody knows that no matter what is going on with your network service, no matter the complaints you have, work with the regulator. No matter the complaint, we will see it to the last end. Yesterday, I got a complaint from somebody. He managed to reach my number, my personal number. And I listened, and he was very upset. He had done this. And then, by the time I finished with him, he was calm. And I said, I'm going to call your service provider. And I did. The service provider came to my office today about one consumer out of 180,000. Million, sorry, because every last consumer matters. I don't know this consumer, but as long as he had complained, 2 of them came, and they are seeing him today, and they are going to report to me. And this is not an isolated case. This is what happens at the Consumer Affairs. This is what happens at the NCC. The consumers must know we are their best friend, and we truly are.
As it is right now, gone are those days when you have to call your service provider and wait for 1 hour before you're responded to. Things are surely are getting better now, and it's also clear that if you do not log in these complaints, the system might not get better, so we need to actually improve the system. But one question, I knew we actually had a good time discussing it at the last hangout we had with the EVC and the management of the NCC, but I think it's instructive that we'll put it out there because there's a larger platform to reach millions of Nigerians. People actually have so much expectations from the NCC, particularly when it comes to social media regulation. And there was a smart answer that the EVC actually gave to that. And I think you should also make it clear here what the NCC can do and what the NCC cannot do concerning social media regulation in terms of content that goes out there and content that shouldn't go out there. I knew you actually answered it there, but this is a larger platform to actually set it straight as well.
And I don't know how you can make it concise for pressure time.
Okay, sorry. So let's say, first of all, as parents, we have an obligation to our minors.
Yes.
As a parent, I have parental block. On my children's tablet, I put their ages, and that automatically filters a lot of things that cannot pass through. At the same time, you have this parental monitoring that you are used to monitor. You must monitor. As a regulator, with our Internet Code of Practice, we are able to direct the Internet service providers to take down content that is not appropriate. But we need consumers to complain for us to be aware. But we'll keep working as we do with all other government agencies like the NBC, the Film and Censors Board, and all the other regulatory bodies to ensure that the internet space is safe for all consumers.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Frida Ruth Bruce Bennett. Thank you for enlightening the Nigerians, using this platform, and we just hope it gets better, especially for consumers getting the quality service they deserve. Thank you. She is the Director of Consumer Affairs Bureau from the Nigerian Communications Commission. Thank you once again.
Thank you, and thanks for having me.
And Ayodeji Makinde, our ICT correspondent here in NTA. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I hope there won't be any tariff adjustments again.
All right, so the conversation has been on telecommunications and, of course, consumer protection. It is your right to be heard. It is your right to choose. It is your right to fair complaint process. It is your right to timely and responsive, access to what you deserve. Talking about quality service. So go out there and ensure that your right is actually being implemented. And that's Platform. I'm Ruth Aguwele. Bye.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
In a land of peace and harmony, we cherish our freedom and unity. But around the world, we've seen how protests can spiral into chaos. What starts as a peaceful protest can sometimes end in anarchy, tearing communities apart.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days.
So those who experienced it will run away from it.
Let's learn from these experiences. Let's value dialogue over destruction. Together, we can build a brighter future. Let's choose unity. Let's choose peace. Join us in the Peaceful Future Initiative, because together we can make a difference.
Welcome. This is Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure. All of them are quite different and unique, especially when it comes to native foods and cultural delicacies. Their food mainly depends on the ingredients that are produced in that particular area.
writing, which is traditionally referred to as literature, is an art. It can be said to be the art of making things up. It can be considered also as any writing that is original and self-expressive. This is African Literature on the NTA, the largest television network in Africa. I am Nina Bassi, and I'm glad to know you're always there. Talent is good. Practice is better. Passion is best. Our focus today is on talent.
There is an age-old debate whether writing is a talent or skill. This debate keeps recurring because while some people write because it comes naturally to them, others became writers through willful learning. Writers who argue in favor of nature feel that great writers are born with a special blend of creativity that sets them apart from the rest. These scholars hold the belief that if one does not have that innate talent, all the courses, seminars, and classes in the world may not help much. Thus, not everyone can learn to be a great writer if it's not in them. The argument here is that you can't truly learn to have the heart of a writer if you weren't born as one. Indeed, the ability to write is a gift, and not everyone has it. No amount of practice could ever make you a good writer if you lack creativity and knowledge. One can master the rules, but without natural born speed and imagination, writing becomes difficult. Real writing talent must exist before practice can take it further. The ability to write well seems to be linked to overall verbal and linguistic aptitude, which in turn is closely linked to general intelligence. For this reason, writing comes with research, organization, deep thinking, and analysis. With constant writing, the burning desire to get better should exist for any writer who is truly passionate about his craft.
Everyone on earth is born with a talent. What is yours?
There are many important components that an author must possess and bring to bear in his creative writing, but they all emanate from imagination, without which creative writing is unattainable. When